Alright, we are live. Hello anyone in the future watching VODs. Hope you guys are doing well. And today, we're going to be working more on the game. Day 20. Tomorrow's, or the next stream is supposed to be the last one. I'm probably going to have to make another week to get this game going to where it needs to be. Oh well. That's perfectly fine. I think I'm actually pretty happy with the progress you have going on, though. Kieran, good to see you, man. How you doing today? Always a pleasure to see you, man. So we're in a very auspicious point in development, though. I think a lot of development was spent very lost. But now I feel like things are just working great. We have our level generation thing working. We have our object culling cycle thing working. So now I can actually... Let's go here. Like there's actually a path that's been generated. Let's see if we can control this. Let's see if I can find where the path's supposed to be. Oh, now it's being weird. There's like something that happens initially where it's like the path has to be... Like it's like almost all the objects have to be like generated once before this culling thing works. That's something that needs to be investigated. More in a second. We were just testing it earlier. Okay. So now we're in the path right now. And there's the bottom of the path. And we keep following it. It keeps going down. 1 second. Up. There's the upper part of the path. I need to make them smaller. I think we're going to add a bunch of more paths to it and then make it smaller, because right now the chasm's way too big. Like the radius is way too big for this. But you get the idea. There's like this... Now we actually have like a path through the level that's going to be kind of guiding the players. Let me reduce some things here though. Bomber, what's going on? May I lurk? Yeah, you guys can lurk. Right now I slept all day. I've been having some issues with low blood pressure for some reason this week, but these past few days particularly. So I kind of just slept all day yesterday. So I'm waking up at a very weird time, and I don't know, I just kind of want to work on this, and I like working on this and showing the progress, even if it's not the most optimal of times. Going great. I missed a few streams. I need to catch up. It's all good, man. I think I'm gonna start posting shorts. I think I'm gonna start editing these. I'm gonna start editing these streams into more condensed. There's like two things. There's like three directions, right? 3 types of shorts I want to start making, because I know I hate short-term form content, but I think there's something value of that format that is helpful for this. One is for like tutorials, just simple information about things like NeoVim and I don't know, programming concepts, stuff like that, that kind of thing, right? Then another one for frequently asked questions. That way there's like a body of stuff I can point to. And then third thing of like capturing the big progress from streams, so that even if you're not here for the multiple hours, dozens of hours that is the development of this game, you can still kind of see some of the major progress shots of it. So yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna be tweaking this algorithm for generating the levels a little bit. I'm gonna be adding I'm gonna make the radius a little bit smaller as well. And I'm thinking about maybe even adding variability to it. Because right now the level path is like one thickness. But it'll be kind of cool if the path gets thinner in some places and thicker in other places. So I might experiment with this level generation. Maybe add some parameters to it or something to allow it to influence this. Thank you, Chicken. What's up, Solop? NASA setup. What is your lives about? Do you talk about stocks, trading? Nothing like that, Mike. Nothing like that, man. I'm just a humble indie game developer. I'm just a humble programmer, really. I like making games, but I also just like programming in general. So we have our const float velocity p, which I should probably make a constant as well. We have path radius, which should also be a constant. And then let's also make this stylized. So we have it set to a diameter of 16. I'm gonna make it smaller. I'm gonna make it to like half the size. I think should be more reasonable. Maybe even like slightly less than that. Okay, and then I think we're gonna also increase the total number of paths that are generated as well. So that instead of like 6, it's like, I don't know, let's do like 10 paths or 13 paths that can be generated. And let's go to the game and then see what's generated and how it looks. And then go from there. Anuska, what is going on? Gonna play guitar or what? I gotta play some guitar. I like the Neovim shorts. I also saw you posting on X Twitter, though I feel YouTube is a better platform. It is a better platform. I'm also posting to Instagram as well, but we'll see right now. I'm using C# Winning Gambler. Alright, Anuska, you wanted the guitar, right? Here's your guitar. Here's your guitar. There you go. What are you doing? I'm doing some game deving right now. Well, I'm playing guitar for Anuska real quick. I don't know. I can't think of many songs. There's Take 5. I don't know. My guitar's in the shop right now, so I only have the acoustic. There's a semi-acoustic I really want to get, but I need to save up money for it. Say It Ain't So by Weezer. I don't actually know that song. Okay, so now we have way more paths here. Why is there like one that's... I'm gonna have to increase the Y coloring range. But look at that, now we actually have a proper... We can see like the path for the entire level. That's pretty sick. So I'm gonna do some more changes too. I want to make it so that this level generation thing. We need to also start updating the hazards and stuff. But now it's like, okay, there's obstacles in the way now. And now we have to also make it so the player is actually forced to initialize at the correct starting point for them. It was a tough subject. Game dev. Computer graphics is fun though. I love shaders and just computer graphics in general. It's probably the funner part. But yeah, look at that. We got a proper path now, and the object culling system is working as it intends to. It almost feels very seamless. You can't really tell that the objects are being recycled. And we have pretty good FPS. Oh. I'm actually very happy with this. And now handling actually matters for your bike because changes to acceleration are going to have impacts on how you navigate this terrain. Oh my goodness. And then we can start adding things like coinage or pickups or whatever in empty parts of the path. That's going to be a separate pass. I think we're going to have like this level generation thing be a multi-pass thing. Where like we have one pass. We kind of already have it defined here almost. Or we have the path gen. But we also call this all hazards to initialize all the hazards first, and then we go through and do a path gen pass, and then maybe we'll do another one for coins and pickups or whatever, and then it's just gonna work that way. I'm very happy with this so far though. This is looking very good. I think the only thing I want to do is have more paths that wrap around. I think that's the thing we need to do. So instead of if it goes over here and then, like instead of having it where if the path goes off grid, we make it go back on grid, we're instead going to have it where the path goes off grid, it just wraps around up here. So that, because this game takes place on a cylinder, I want people to be able to like, you know, I want people to be able to actually rotate around the entire cylinder instead of being stuck at one part of it, right? In fact, maybe I should have all the paths start from one section in the middle and then allow them to branch out like crazy. I think that might be a cool idea. Acoustic adds more coziness, so better. Yeah, I like the acoustic guitar. The one I'm looking at is a semi-acoustic one, which makes me very happy. Cozy of all trades. Play more. The tip to give someone learning programming. All right, winning gambler. You see, this is the beauty of having shorts. I'm gonna make a proper short about this, but I think the way someone else answered that in the last video, and I think the answer provided here would be the one to go to, or my general response for this. So, yeah, here's the general gist, the play-by-play. The important thing is to work on projects you find interesting, set a goal and try reaching it, make a picture, move on screen, stuff like that. Get good at searching up information. Yes, avoid AI. Don't be scared to abandon a project to pursue a new one. Those are opportunities to learn. Surround yourself with people who know more than you, participating in game jams, for example, or hackathons, local groups, Discords, whatever. And then this is more specific. And use a statically typed language. I also think learning the basics in C is a great benefit for your foundations, even if you promptly move to another language or engine framework for your projects. And finally, ask questions when terms or ideas are new or unfamiliar. So that's the general gist. That's the general advice I give everyone. I might go into more details about these things, but that's the general one. What's going on, Tamerka? It's good to see you. Why avoid AI crypto? That's another video I need to make. But in general, it's the idea of like teaching a man to fish versus, giving him a fish. AI is going to give you the answer you're looking for specifically, but once you start venturing to territory that's less trodden, that's going to be of less benefit to you. Second of all, when you actually search for information by yourself, you start encountering other peripheral information about in that space. So when you eventually do find the answer, it's not that you just only get the answer, you get all this other peripheral information, not only about the subject you're looking for, but also places of information. You start building this kind of graph of resources in your brain. That'll be helpful in future endeavors. And I think relying upon AI is going to give you that, it's going to atrophy. It's not going to let you develop that investigative skill set. No, I don't do any stocks here, dude. No trading, nothing like that. Just programming. That's all I am, that's all I do. I'm going to make another, I think we're going to do like a pipeline. I think that's going to be the most feasible way of going about this. It's going to be kind of terrible because we're going to have to do multiple iterations, but you know what, actually? Maybe we don't do a pipeline. Maybe we do... Maybe we have like, because in the level generation, we know if you're iterating through a space that's filled or not, so we can actually add another function here for... May call it try or attempt place object. I know there's another thing I wanted to do, which is make a refactor my buffer to instead be an array of objects. or array of struct of arrays instead of an array of structs for better cache performance, for better cache line reads. But I don't know. I'm not sure if it's actually worth it to separate, to do that move from AOS to SOA. But who knows, maybe I think it might be worth it. I want to profile that to see if it's actually better or not. You could be building IRL applications. Why games? Well, I do that for my day job, dude. So that's one part. Games are a very particularly hard problem space, which is why I like work on them. And I also just enjoy games. I think they're fun. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's Unity Winning Gambler. Yeah, they're cool. What's your day job? I'm not going to talk about it too much, but it's a software development position. And not only is it software development, but I think it's software development that actually has utility for people. That actually has, like, that benefits people in a very meaningful way. So, I'm very content with that job. At least my work there. And then software development on games is a nice way of kind of, it's all interlocked. Like, it just makes me a better programmer in general. And I think there's a lot of interesting problems that are faced here that, you know, I don't get to always face in normal applications. Okay, so we have this place object thing, and then we iterate through a space. And then what are we going to do here? We have to have some kind of index. So we have, yeah, this is marking each space. We have to have something called place object, and we have model. I have to actually make this ref model, and then final index. And then here we're going to do like a switch statement. We're gonna do like we should have like have the weighted probabilities thing, but I want this to be, since it's something that we're iterating over a bunch, and it might change based off of level, we might have to have like a table. Like, I think I might have to actually introduce something like a, have something like this. Actually, it's probably going to be something very simple, because entities, entity types is like a, so we're going to have each one be mapped. Ooh, I might want to mark this a little bit differently, actually. Like, have this be here so that these map to indices for coin pickups, health pickups, break pickups, part pickup. In fact, these are not even going to be just things that are randomly thrown in there. There's going to be things that are to have some additional considerations. So I was going to do maybe have like a weighted probability table where each index maps to the entity enum, and then we can, you know, probabilities. But I'm not sure if that's actually the way I want to go about this. For now, we can do a simple thing for just marking as coins, and then we can extend this out as need be. Random range 0 to, I don't know, 100. It's greater than. You can do like 50%, or it's greater than 80% or something. Actually, let's make it like a 10% thing. 90% of the space is going to be empty. Also, I spelled this wrong. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. Yeah, I'm making a video game, Eamon. But is good game design and more intuitive things. What's going on here? Wild how letters can make pictures. It's pretty cool, actually. On that same note, I do have that. I think the biggest thing that exemplifies that idea of letters making pictures is, or is it? Yeah, Riven Done. I made my own like task management application in C, and it's like I love it because it's like this cool animated thing, but it's a terminal. Like it's a regular terminal. This is all stuff's been just printed out from the program, and then if I select a project like StreamWorld or whatever, you can see the different aspects of the program. I need to finish it, but there's like a bunch of things that still need to. A lot of basic infrastructure is there, but I need to finish it at some point. Yes. No. We're just gonna finish it like this for now. One day I'll get back to finishing that task management application, but for right now, I need to finish this game first. Is alive equals true. Is coin. Type is going to be equal to E entity coin pickup. We don't have these implemented actually yet, so I'm not sure why I'm doing this. I may kind of do actually, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I think I also want to fine tune this algorithm a little bit. I think there's something we do here where it's like, yeah, the math clamp. I think what we're going to do is instead have it be a math wrap. Math utilities wrap. And I believe this should just work the way I have it intended. Value, min, max, and then yeah. Okay. Let's try this out and see what happens. Hey, Samurai, what's going on? It's a 2.5D. It's a 2D game essentially with a 3D environment. I'm waiting for it to compile real quick. If it will compile, there you go. I do have a Discord, CDFM. Here's a Discord. It's a chill place. We have like a lot of resources for people to be able to ask questions, learn about programming, and then show off their work, as well as ask me questions or ask just other people who are very knowledgeable about different things questions. And we're also going to start making a Minecraft server too, so that's going to be fun. And I'm also going to start working on a Discord RPG game, but I need to finish this game before I get to have fun with that. I think our wrap function is working. Yeah, be careful, don't want to hit stuff. Okay, and let's try the other thing too I mentioned, where I want to have everything start from an initial spot and then kind of go its weird way. So I think initially we have these initial tables where it's set to a random value, right? Where we set it to a random range of 0 to height. I think what I'm going to do is have everything be just 0 straight up and then let it diverge from there. Now I might have to add some more biases. In fact, I might have to add like a velocity bias thing so that things spiral in a very different way. But let's just see where this takes us. code C++ sockets. It's okay. No, don't worry about it, man. That's how you learn. Okay, so everything's starting from one place, which is 0, 0, 0. Let's see if we can find that spot. Where is 0, 0, 0? Look. Is this 0, 0, 0? Also, does this need to be inclusive? Yeah, it might be, actually. Oh. So we should be encountering at least some minor splitting paths, but... Alright, we're gonna have to add some biases to these path generations so that they can diverge more. Because it's random, they're gonna be kind of like normalizing to a straight line almost. With some variations here and there, but I want to have some greater variations. So I think we have this whole velocity, path velocity thing that we're doing. And I'm kind of using that to indicate the offset. But I think maybe I'll implement this differently, where instead of lerping to kind of keep momentum, instead each path is going to have like a inherent bias. I don't know, but I still want them to be able to go back and forth. So maybe we initialize them with a random offset or something, and then go from there. So velocities instead of random range, that to that. We instead give them not even a random range, but rather use it int value of I. It's going from path count. So what we're going to do is subtract path count divided by 2. Yeah, actually that's going to be what we need. So that 0 is actually starting a negative half path count, and then it iterates up to path count half. And then see if that changes things at all. What's going on? Okay, a regeneration. Yeah, we regenerate and then we're gonna start it. I hope you're making GTA 6. No, sadly not. What are you doing? Playing this site? No, I'm making a game right now. Okay. Let me also do something else too. Let's start this at a more... Instead of that, let's start it at height divided by 2. You don't need this right now. Okay, let's see how this looks. I'm down doing some character designs. I'm not good in coding, but the process fascinates me. Hey, that's fun though. And you know what, honestly, I wasn't always a programmer first. I was an artist first, and then I did music production. I worked as an artist first, and then kind of switched to music. And then only way later did I start doing programming like as my main thing. Yeah, I started programming very young, but I was also I just wanted to make games, and I was focusing more on the art, and then just doing scripting just to allow my vision to come to fruition. But, you'd be surprised. It's actually much more, it's not as crazy as you'd expect it. Like, as opposed to just having to learn a lot of things at once, it's actually just a series of smaller lessons that just kind of accumulate into more insight. The same way, it's kind of like how art is, right? You get more observations about certain phenomenon visually, and then you have some observations about how to achieve things, and you try different things, and you start accumulating some intuition, and then eventually, you know, eventually you're an artist, Harry. Yeah, I'm liking this this generation. I think this is gonna be the way. Though there's like some very big, long stretches of paths. Yeah, I'm happy with this so far, actually. Okay, I might leave it like this for right now, and then the next thing I want to do is start actually updating the visuals. Actually, we're going to reintroduce the collision to the player so that we actually start seeing how this feels when there's repercussion for colliding with stuff, and then kind of go from there. Medium or mode of communication. Medium or mode of communication? What do you mean exactly? Like, I know statistics like the average versus the median. Like 15 years I've been programming, Thomas. Game engines are for beginners. Go make a pure x86. Well, here's the thing, Dorak. I also have my own game engine that I'm working on. It's a C++, but I'd like to move it to pure C at some point. Yeah, this isn't an engine. This is a actual. This is my own engine I'm working on with its own different needs. It's fun, but there's a place for engines. There's a cost benefit. There's a cost benefit analysis that happens to people. I think engines are a very nice way to kind of understand some of the basic stuff, or the more foundational things about how engines work before making that jump. We're at day 20, so one more day technically until the 3 weeks are up. I'm probably gonna have to extend it another week, I think. Who cares? It was a self-imposed challenge, and honestly I'm pretty happy with how far things have gone. So if we hit stuff now, the object culling thing is not working how I want it to. That is a problem. There's some weird idiosyncrasies about it. Let me actually turn off. The level gen's working much better though. I like how it's spreading out more. Let's see here though. Where is, yeah, model state. We're gonna hide this right now. And we're gonna have to fix the logic about collision. It's not doing the right offset. When you say about learning coding like a different way of engaging your surroundings, I mean, you're building a different schema, right? And that schema is gonna fundamentally change how you perceive, how you relate to things. Like when you learn things, oh, that's not good. That's not how it's supposed to. There's some stuff that's being incorrectly culled, or things are not being pulled correctly, one or the other. But when you learn new things, one of the main things you use is like analogies, relating things that you don't know with things you're familiar with, right? And as you build familiarity with the new skill set, as you learn other skill sets, you can use things from that skill set you learned to provide those analogies. So here's an example, right? When it comes to art and visuals, there's an idea of contrast. There's places of, you have light and dark values that define different light groups, right? Or masses in light. And there's different ways of playing between those two things, light and dark, to create definition, shape, contours, depth. And it's all this push push and pull between light and dark values. Okay, cool. That's an idea. Well, if you go into music production, it seems like a wholly different thing. But there's ideas that translate between that, right? In the same way you have light and dark values in art, which creates definition for the image you're trying to draw, in music you have tension and release. And different layers of tension and release. And by utilizing tension and release, you create music that can be very compelling, or that can evoke a certain type of emotion, or bring catharsis. And it's all from different levels, from a very small micro level of like harmonic tension and release, to like structural tension and release in terms of how you structure your song and music. Tension and release in audio design and production. And all of a sudden, something that seems completely independent from what you're trying to learn becomes the mechanism of learning that thing. And likewise, if you go to programming, there's some things between these things that are connected to it. The idea of structure and all that kind of stuff, which you wouldn't think is related to programming, but you'd be surprised. So the more you can relate the things that you're familiar with things that are unfamiliar, the faster you start picking those things up. It's a matter of like looking for those analogies. And then eventually you don't need them anymore, because then they become intuitive on their own right. You don't need that vehicle to take you there. You're just kind of there. This is not working as I want it to. Why are you not? On trigger, on receive damage. We do the health decrement. We have the delta begin position. We have get angle from position, other position of the object. We get angle, but that's delta theta left, delta theta right. Why do we have these particular left and right? That's very weird. And there's a delta theta there. The way I'm counting, and then there's delta x. This is odd. What's going on here? No, I'm not using Unreal. I'm using Unity and then my own engine for something else. I work digital physical media. This is the way forward, this format. I agree this is a cool generation. Subbing, thank you for the authenticity. Hey, thank you, Nathan. I appreciate it, man, and I'm glad you dig it. And feel free to join the Discord as well. I think there's a lot of people there who just kind of have a lot of the same ideas. So you build each C++ aspect separately, then altered and combine them to make one symbiotic code. I mean, that's all code box, man. Like everything, like there's this idea of functional decomposition, right? And that's kind of how you just deal with logic. There's different ways of breaking it down. Object-oriented people want to have things be broken down by objects. You can go down the more procedural route of just breaking things down by functions, but ultimately any kind of application is a matter of just breaking things from a very, like things starting from a very simple starting point and then spreading out into more complexity and units and modules. Like heck, even Blender, this huge, crazy, monolithic application, if you look at their source, Blender module, code module graph. Where is it? So Blender, the Blender, the 3D application everyone's aware of, their code is open source. And let's see if I can find the document. So their code's open source, and you can go through the code if you want to. They also have documentation about, to make it easy for people to understand where things are and how things are structured. And you'll see things start from a single place, and it breaks down into their own sub-modules of different levels of complexity. Where is it? There's development form, developer documentation, yep. And then summary of code, release notes, the developer handbook, yep. Where is it? Navigate the code. Learn to navigate the code. The code layout. I think this is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, layout of modules. Here we go. So there's humongous module lists from Blender, right? But look at this. You have just this, even though this is humongous thing with a bunch of different modules, if you start at the top, you'll see, oh, there's just two basic modules, Creator and Blender. And it's just where the application goes. And as you go down, nothing down here references the things above. Instead, it's either they reference each other or they reference something below it. Nothing ever goes up. It just goes down. So as you go down, you see how complexity and logic gets separated out into smaller and smaller modules with a single purpose. And that's just kind of how you break down any kind of software development application or endeavor. So as you see, side dependencies or downward dependencies, never back upwards. Everything flows down. Blender's like a more extreme example of it because it's like a humongous document, but I think it exemplifies the point pretty well. Task for the night, yeah, Terrell, task for the night. So then after you take whatever code you want to, you just change integers and make it your own? No, I don't do that, Boxman. Like, it's not, most of the code I write is my own for the particular application. Is that Blender? Yeah, I'll show you the Blender module diagram. No, I'm just using Ubuntu. I personally don't like OOP. I prefer data-oriented design. It's also much faster. It is. I find myself going into that route. Even with like C#, I find myself trying to do things the way I do things in C, which is very, it's fun. I like it. And why not just write your application to be fast in the first place? What's going on, Max? How do you start earning from web development? I can help you with that. I don't do web development. The only thing I can really say is, hey, just get a job. That's not helpful for advice, but that's like the extent of what I can say beyond just, learn, get connected, practice. Okay, what's going on here? We have this vector 3 position of the other transform. Okay, that's cool. We have this float, other theta left, and other theta right. I'm not sure why we do this. Get angle from position. This returns, given a position of vector 3, it'll give you a position. Oh, it calculates. Oh, it does the calculation to see where around the cylinder this object is. If y position is greater than 0, it's going to do a sign. Position.y divided by radius, which is not great. Like, almost I want to take position, because it's all centered around this, right? And position, normalize, and then times radius, so it's all in terms of radius. I'm not sure why this is angry though. Oh, this does not return normalized. Yeah, there we go. So we have position there. Now it's be in terms of radius. And then I don't know why we do that. Why do we do position.y divided by radius? I guess to see how far along that is to radius. I don't want to deal with that right now. I just need it to kind of somewhat work. Okay, there's some additional things I want to do beyond just this. It might be dumb, but I also want to just do this restructuring of, oh yeah, we're going to do the board chunks thing. That's why we started doing, now that we have this working somewhat, or for the most part, we can start reintroducing this level generation stuff for the visuals. We need to generate some chunks first before we get to do that, but that's going to be, I think, the fun part. We have table. Yeah, this is the thing I want to move into its own thing, but we'll see. What's going on, guys, here? Dang, I do not miss programming vectors. I'm too dumb for it. Nah, they're pretty fun. You just have to build some intuition. I think it's just a matter of time, too. I have a lot of time to play around with vectors in a not professional context, so over time you just kind of build more and more intuitions around it. I'm making a game right now, Mighty, and I'm kind of configuring this level generation parameter I have. But yeah. Okay, so actually, let me sort my thoughts a little bit, because there's a couple different directions we could take this in. Oh yeah, that's for the whole C versus, yeah, no. Here we go. So some ideas. We can do the chunk thing. This requires making some shells. There's culling behavior. Not cases of incorrectly or just absent objects, let's say. Maybe due to culling or object pool limit. So that's another thing we do. Or we can start doing the implementing pickups, or actually just entity. Hazards, pickups, that sort of thing. Also, when it comes to the object chunking thing, I also want to do a thing of adding emissive, I can't spell it, emissive maps to shader. That's a simple, fun one. So these are three things I can do. I think we need to do the chunk, because we have, the culling is working how we it's largely working the way we intended to. The level generation is working the way we intended to. We implemented this board chunk manager, and we still have not tested it, so I think we can't avoid it. I think we should actually give it a proper go and see how this works. To do this, though, I think it requires that we start preparing assets the way it's meant to be prepared. So let's go back to Game Board Manager. I also need to do some general restructuring of code just to clean things up. But we'll do that eventually. So we have generate shells, generate model, and then does this have another function? I feel like it did have another function, but I'm not remembering it. We have mesh shell that's being loaded up. We have shells. We have chunk. We have update. Oh, this one's what's taking the level assets. Okay, cool. And that's called here. When we do the initial. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, let's go to the level, and then we might have to start configuring our shells and then going from there. Yeah, Vim is life, dude. Yep. Soledad. Vim is live. I love Vim. Might be hyperbole. There's other things that are life. My God and Jesus, but Vim is pretty cool. I love me some Vim. Police Abdul, my friend. Who's Police? How you navigate so fast? I'm just using Vim, or Vim and i3. Using i3 to navigate like this. And I'm using Vim to navigate my actual code. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it. Level generators, debug dial. Yeah, we're not doing that. Let's generate. So the thing we have is this random selection, choose, and then current assets. And this is like a list of weighted item chances of level assets. We need to generate a level asset and then put it in there. There's only one real option, so yeah, okay. I think I know what we need to do now. We have levels. We need to reorganize things like crazy. This is ugly. Absolutely ugly. New. I don't know. Actually, we have a level 1 already, and I think this is where some stuff exists. So we're just going to do create level asset, and then we're going to start defining some of these things. We can start with one simple one and then start developing the shells. And then as well here in this level assets definition, go to chunk presets. We should have some kind of thing that indicates, hey, that this is the innermost one, and then everything outside of that's going to be subsequently further out. Do you create Fire Emblem? Nah. No one uses. I use Vim. I like Vim. I'm not using it for this, but for my C+ or C projects, I use Vim. Just basic raw stock Vim. When did you start learning how to code? It was like 15 years ago. Around 15 years when I started programming. I didn't take it seriously most of the years I've been doing it, though. I've been focused more on just art or something else with it in the background. But, you know, with time it started growing more and more. Level 1. Here we go. So we have building tasks, we have this one, we have rings. And these are using the control, right? The control map. We have a texture, we have normal, we have... Actually, we have the materials here, level 1. Yeah. We need to deal with the atmosphere as well, but that's a later thing. What textures are we using here in the actual environments? So we're using... Okay, so these guys. Yoink. Yeah, these are no longer test textures. They're now full-fledged production. Full-fledged production textures we're using. Okay. So we have this control map. Cool. So we should make a few more of these. I want to do one. Let's do one that's actually going to test the capabilities of this properly. So we have this general test one. In fact, let's do create level asset. No, not level asset. I actually want to make a folder. Create folder. I almost feel like at this point, nope, don't do this. I'm better off just using okay, cool. So we have this structure of having this control map. What I want to do is make it feel like something that's increasingly stacking up and producing. You're gonna see the idea I have in mind, and if this works good, then it's gonna be great. That's not much of a description, but you're gonna see. It's either gonna be genius or the dumbest thing ever. So we're gonna start with like some basic seeds sprouted around everywhere, and then we're gonna start growing things programmatically. If I can find the correct tool, that is. I'm looking for a spray tool. I don't think they have it here. Oh, they do. Oh, that's going through the palette. No, I don't want to do that. I want to make the size go bigger. Oh, actually, no. Size small, spray area bigger. Okay, cool. Cool. I might be crazy, but let me just do my thing. Let me just do my thing. Let's test this out. Maybe this texture's too big too. I don't know. Also, I have a tablet. Why am I not using the tablet first? Okay, I didn't know for sure what I was looking at. I'm not sure. I just got here. Oh yeah. Okay, let me show you. So we have this. You see this level? Okay, it's not gonna work. I think it's gonna throw some errors or something. It's not gonna be happy. So you see how this level is kind of like it's composed by a bunch of shells kind of stacked on top of each other. So we've written this kind of procedural chunk generator that's going to allow us to have the background be procedurally generated by stacking these layers on top of one another. Let me see if I can find it again. Okay, there's like some there. Can't really see it that well, can you? Okay, here's a better cross section, right? So this is generated by two things though. One texture that's looping consistently, and then another one that defines, okay, this is the area that's gonna be transparent, this is the area that's gonna be, like for example, here's gonna be like a little hole there, so you can see the lower textures or lower shells. So right now I'm making this black and white, better example right here, perfect. Right now I'm developing this like black and white texture that's going to define, hey, these are the areas that are going to be open and here's going to be areas that are going to be closed. And we're going to make a stack of these so that it can almost feel like little mountains protruding outwards procedurally. That's the goal. And part of doing that is defining these chunk presets so that the algorithm or function can like choose from them to stack how many layers they want to stack on top of each other. So that's the goal with this. That's the desire we have. So yeah, that's kind of what we're figuring out right here. I'm doing a basic. Is there any other version of here? So I'm doing some basic versions of it before making the actual production ones, let's say. So there might be some layers that are clouds and other layers are going to be like... In fact, I kind of want to do that, actually. Let me make a cloud texture first of all. So you had these. Maybe you can do some terrain topology or something. Let's make something for clouds. Real quick. Let's show tile mode both axes. So do the base texture and then we'll do the actual definition of the control map later. What's going on here? Head it out. You have a good one. Take care. Thank you, Lo. Or Lou. I'm glad you dig the setup. I enjoy it too. Wasn't always like this. But I've been blessed, man. Yeah, I want to go to more vintage festivals too and see what else I can find there. See if I can find some more cool things, and then I'm gonna get the PS2 back from the shop sometime soon, hopefully, so I can do a few more retro gaming days. I'll make these clouds a bit more fluffy. Right now it's like seems too harsh. Okay. I'm gonna start carving stuff from there. Actually, let me see if I can use this mouse. The only problem is I can't zoom out. But hey, zooming out's for wusses. It's for cowards. But yeah, I've been tempted to get more into art. I've been watching some demonstrations from different painters doing like life drawings from on oil canvas, and it's been pretty cool actually. I haven't looked at art in a long time like that. It reminds me how much I enjoyed doing it. I probably have to do it at some point. I feel tempted to do these like asset creation off stream. I'm not sure how fun this may be for people to watch, but think it might be better to have streams be just full-on implementation rather than asset creation. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what muses hit me at any given point. And then this is gonna be, we'll stick with this for right now. I can do the full thing. Where is, here we go. Level 1, base textures, T level 1, clouds. Okay, that's something to work with. And then, as far as the control map is concerned, we can have the clouds. We use the same tool. This guy here. Test out how these cloud patterns look and have this be tiled on both axes. I mean, not the greatest thing. Not the greatest looking thing, but hey. Where's my tablet pen, actually? Yeah, I'm using Aseprite right now. Aseprite's a great application. Highly recommend. Where is my tablet pen, though? That is the one thing I do wish to see or use. Let me get my VR controllers out of the way. I'm not using these. I'm not using. Let's see. I can't see anywhere here, though. Whatever. We're just testing for right now. This will be the outermost shell, I think. And then I can do some smaller ones. Okay, we're gonna save this as here. And that's not the directory I clicked on. There we go. We have base textures, we have chunks. Maybe I'll make this be like a T control and then clouds. That's gonna be one, and the rest we can do like a procedural thing. Or you just have like the growing stack of layers. No, that's not what I, here we go, 512 by 512, delete that. Make this be tiled on both axes. Yes, sirree. And then we're gonna start with maybe the outer one first and then save it inwards. Or we have like, let's see here. Let's use a brush and increase size a little bit. So this would be like the top. These are gonna be like the protruding parts of like a mountain or steep or something like that. What are your PC specs? Thank you, Terrell. Those red lights underneath the monitor. Red lights. Oh, these? These are power switches for different parts of my system. So I have like stuff for my monitors, my speakers. I have stuff that controls this monitor. I can power things on and off. Some of them are controlling parts of my audio equipment and setup and pipeline. A bunch of stuff like that, basically. Okay, cool. So this is gonna be one layer. Next we're making a new one. And we're just gonna kind of expand from there and grow this outwards. I think I said define like a maximum of 5 shells. Okay, cool. We're going somewhere with this, guys. We're going somewhere with this. Trust the process. Just trust the process. We're going somewhere. Let's go. Can I see? Cool. We can see which ones are growing and which ones we haven't grown. Yeah, so that's gonna be layer 3. It's like almost like little valleys. Anything else that hasn't grown? Okay, cool. We're gonna make a new one. New frame. Again. Cool. So these valleys are gonna start connecting together. It's almost like, have you seen topological maps and how they have lines indicating different places of elevations? That's essentially what we're doing here, is outlining each shell's level of elevation. Maybe have some new ones start emerging too, down here. We're going somewhere here. I mean, that's kind of most of game development. I know when I used to do a lot more pixel art streams and we do character face portraits, I would always say that like 80% of the time the character looks terrible, and it's like the last 10% where things start making sense and you start going, oh, this actually looks like a person. Oh, this actually okay. this is actually a human being we're depicting here. They actually look good. Yeah, it's just a matter of pushing through until you get to the final thing and not giving up. Sometimes you push through and it's like, all right, this actually doesn't look better. It actually looks just as bad or worse. But as you get better, you start having a better ability to predict the outcomes. Maybe have like a little dot start emerging here in the middle point. Cool. Next layer. I think I have about like one more layer after this one, and then we can start testing this. Here we go. I can probably even make a script to auto-generate this stuff and not have to manually draw out the topology. Like, not mesh topology, but that's actually just like regular old terrain topology. What's going on here? Yeah, there's a little campfire. No, this isn't voxel. No, it's 2D. It's just pixels. Okay. Have this grow out here. Have this guy grow a little bit. Honestly, I almost feel like creating a depth map would have been better than doing this shell, actually, now that I think about it. Because if it is essentially defining topology, we can make like a grayscale. Ooh, maybe I should try that out. That way, instead of having to do all this, I could instead make a depth map, and then we'll interpolate the shell value based off of whatever value we, depending on the count. And that way, instead of having multiple textures to define the shells, we instead have one texture. The only issue is that we can't treat it like a control map anymore, because then the values, oh, maybe we can. The values indicate level, and then the RGB can still indicate whatever, texture we want to use. Maybe. Let me try this out, and if this works, then maybe I'll do that. The only thing is that then everything would have to be defined by that. Whereas with this, I can actually have divergence. Actually, no, I think this idea is better than the depth map kind of approach. Yeah. I think at this level, we just fill everything in. I think that's a simple one. Because the world shouldn't have holes through it. Okay, I think we're good here. And then for this to work the way I want to, we have to actually flip these. So flip reverse frames. Okay, cool. Let's save this as chunk 1. T control chunk 1, and then it's gonna have, or just call it chunk 1, and then it's gonna have the prepended auto-generated numbers. Perfect. And then we can go into Unity, I believe, and this is gonna have the point no filter. Yeah, cool. Refresh. And we're gonna see if this implementation works exactly how I want it to work, hopefully. So we have, in fact, we're gonna throw like level. Maybe I should make this. Oh, I'm having ideas about how to design this differently. Because I kind of want to have the chunks just be in these subfolders instead of having to map it directly into here. Which means that chunk would have to be its own scriptable object as well. Which, not the craziest thing. It's annoying that I have to do it like that, but it is what it is, right? To make it a class, and have to make like, which I don't think is gonna affect things. Becomes a scriptable object. Yeah, I think things are gonna be fine, because there's no place where I'm really passing chunks by value, so it's fine to turn it to a class. There shouldn't be any big repercussions from that. Famous last words, but I think that this should be actually fine. Base level textures, level 1. Okay, cool. And then there's actually more to this than just making it a scriptable object. We have to add this create asset menu. And then there's gonna be like there's like file name. Menu name. It's gonna be levels. And then chunk. And I think the level asset as well should be under level. Or plural. Yeah, that's fine to me. Okay. Where are we at, Unity? You are here. There we go. Cool. So now we can go to chunk. I should be able to go to create, levels. Okay. I need to change some stuff there, but whatever. We define a chunk, and now we can define the shells that we have in mind for this, which should be good to go. Did I save this to the right place? Oh, did I save as an ACE file by accident? Whoops. This is meant to be a PNG. And then it's going to do the prepending of the names. 1, 0, yep. That's correct. Okay, we're good now. And then we can go to chunks. Refresh. Cool, they're all there. We're going to apply our pixel sprite preset to it. Except now we're going to make it be 512 instead of 32. Yep, apply. We're good to go, and now you can actually see the textures there. And then we're going to start simple. We're just going to do level 1 chunk 1. It's going to be the innermost, which is going to be, it's going to have this control map, and so on and so forth. Five, perfect. Everything matches naming wise, that's good. Cool. 4. Very nice. 5. Okay, cool. Now we have our chunks defined from innermost to outermost. This should be good. I may want to change the colors too, like have, but whatever, it's fine. And then we have our chunk layers, and then we can throw in the materials there. One, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Perfect. Then we go to our chunk of 1 asset. We only have 1 chunk. Okay. There's 1 in the entire project though, right? Don't do this to me. You know that I know that you know there's a chunk in here. L1 chunk. What is going on here? Is there like a compilation error going on here or something? Let's see what happens. Let's see if this fixes it. What's going on, bro? What's going on, Sack? How you doing? What's going on, Tra? Locked Inspector? We're good. 21D, it's tomorrow? I don't know, probably. The thing is, I think we're gonna have to add another week to this to actually get it to where I want it to be. It's not really much of a game right now. A lot of cool technical things under there. Way more technical things I thought I would have than what I thought I would have needed for this type of game, but designing things the way I've designed things has made things much more complicated. Fun way, in a fun way, I like it. I think it was cool having to do something. I actually have to like making something that needed to be optimized and tightening it up. I'm still like super happy about that 6 milliseconds to like 1.3 milliseconds change. Actually, no, 13 milliseconds to 1.3 optimization we did with the culling stuff. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on, levels? What's going on here? Okay, you have this asset saved. And yet this is not detecting in the project whatsoever. And I can't just drag it in here because it's not detecting it for some reason. This is a very strange predicament. Because I can't just easily drag and drop this chunk. Like I have to actually move this out into level, out of the folder, which defeats the whole purpose of this. The fact that I have to actually mouse, I would like, there we go. Yeah, like it works there now, but it's not detecting it here in the browser, which is strange. Whatever. We have a level chunk now, and then we can actually assign this in the inspector, and then we can finally test this chunk generation thing. Application. Game board, here we go. Do you not have... This is a field. Yeah, level weighted item chance. Does this also need to be serialized? Is that what's required for this to show up in the inspector? Let's see. Oh, lock and try dragging chunk. Let's see here. So I can hide I should be able to hide these. And then I feel like so many things are gonna go wrong. I feel like this has the possibility of being another headache. And that kind of scares me. Not using that random utility. Where's level assets? Oh, it's private, that's why. And why is this private? Do we load this from resources or something? I don't think we do. No, we don't, because we call this here, but there's nothing before it that initializes it, so yeah, we just have to make this serialized field. And then I'm going to change it eventually to be loaded from resources as opposed to this. Okay, here we go. Current assets, new one, level 1. Perfect. Let's make sure this is the correct one, right? Yeah, that is. Cool. We press play, and then either things are terrible and we're sad, or life is great and I'm a genius and things are terrible and I'm sad. Life is bad. Bad news bear. Okay, let's see what's going on here now. Missing reference exception. And we're thrown here. And why are you being thrown? You're being thrown at this line? That's very odd, actually. 68. And chunk manager. And we do, it's because we subscribe to the update, every update, subscribe, update view, and then it's likely coming from player instance not being set. So we can do something very simple. We can do a where clause, player.instance not equals null. And then we can also add to... Oh no, we have a disposable, that's why. Okay, cool. Okay, hopefully that just... Hopefully, let's see where this goes. Okay, so the missing reference exception is gone, but now we have the pink cylinder of doom. Let's see what's going on with that pink cylinder of doom. There is another null reference exception, so let's go there. But that's from the pooling. That's not from over there. Okay. So, hi, what's going on over here? We have... I should probably have a better place to parent it. So, a few things wrong here. Orientation is incorrect, and scale is incorrect, and there's no material being applied to them. There's a lot of things that are just not right here. So let's check to see if I actually do that in our... Actually, no, it should be in this function. No, it should be in the chunk manager. Oh, it's called board chunk manager, whatever. Okay. So, generate shells. We add a mesh filter. We add a load mesh. That's correct. We need to reorient it though, because you're not in the right orientation. You have to be rotated. What? Meow, meow, meow. Negative 130 on the Z direction. Okay, we can do that. So, new, actually no, it's gonna be quaternion from, no, not from Euler. 0, 0, negative 90. Okay, and that's gonna be local rotation for these bad boys. Okay, what's next beyond that? Scale is not correct either, but that's going to be defined once we do the update view. Though in general, it's going to be size transform dot local scale, and it's going to be equal to new vector 3. How do I do it in the game board manager? We did it before. I'm not sure how we do it now. I might have to go through my code history and actually find where we did it before. So I think I might have just removed it entirely on start. Yeah, because we do... That's update. Yeah, we have a start, we do the table build up, we do the generation, all these other necessary things. Yeah, they happen. Setting global shader stuff, important. Radius. Okay, here we go. Actually, we didn't get rid of it. So we have this board. Yeah, I think we just yoink this for local scale. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm actually, that's actually good. We didn't get rid of it. I'm not sure why we're scaling the board, but I'm not going to complain. It's still of utility to me, so let's do that. And then we just have to prepend some of this stuff. This is not going to work good if player isn't defined. I'm realizing that now. Let's do this. insert not null to make sure that if there's failing here, it's because the player is null. In fact, oh, sorry, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. I'm using Xorg, X12, or X11. Though real 80s and 90s, yep. Real 80s and 90s stuff. The soundtrack for the game, achievements, etc. are just gameplay only after 3 weeks. All good. No, so I have a song I made from a music competition a long time ago that I'm going to use. I'm probably going to do that off stream, though, for more additional music for the game. Yeah, I think the days are just going to be purely implementation things. Assets will be a separate thing. I'm also probably going to add another week to this. I don't think 3 weeks was enough. If I'm going to be real with you. Radius buffer, what is this? At least for how weird of it. Like, most of the time was spent iterating on ideas for how the movement and everything was going to work. Which is cool. But and I think things are going to go way faster now that we have a proper idea for how things are going to work here, but I think I need a bit more time to execute this properly. But I think with a week, that'll be enough to get all the other things going on. The things that have been time-consuming have been a bunch of weird, like, little... either the perf stuff with the culling business, or, yeah, the most time-consuming things were iteration on different ideas for how to present this 3.5D world, or 2.5D world. And then, you know, designing the more hardened, performance-intensive part of the application, and kind of, like, a little complicated, not that complicated, but still a little complicated. Things like the object culling thing. But I think now that things are working, we can just go. So radius buffer, board length meters. Yeah, it's gonna dictate the size. Yep, cool. Cool. So that's gonna dictate scale. This is gonna be set to the radius though. So I think I have to make a general repurposed version of this, depending on depth. Because when we set the shells, we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to change the radius of this. Still have the same, give it the same X and Y scale, but different radius. Radius buffer also has to be defined. So I might just move this somewhere else, like here. Or maybe just get rid of this term entirely. And likewise, yoink this here. Or better yet, instead of doing this, we can, we don't have to do this here actually. I think we might save this for later. Because I know by the time we call this, I think the player should already exist. And we're gonna have to do this anyways, so it's kind of redundant. So we have regenerate chunk, we generate our chunk preset. We iterate through the random number for how many shells are gonna be. And then We render this, and then finally we do okay, what did I call this function? Scale by depth. And it's going to be the oh my goodness. Oh, game object. And then the depth is going to be where are ya? Where are ya? Shell count. Okay, I. In fact, we should make this be clearer. Or shell index. And then it's gonna be a there's different ways to go about this. We can do, but I think the simplest thing is gonna be shell index divided by max shell count times radius, or radius. I don't know, where do we define radius? We have a player transform, but this is dumb. We're using this just to get radius, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Or max radius, let's say that. So to do this, we can just do max radius, because that's really what we're getting with the z value. We can just make sure the player is not null when we call this. We have radius defined here, and then now instead of, in fact, we're not even going to do max radius. We're going to do just the radius that we calculated now previously. So we're good here. Let me also add some documentation just so I'm aware of what's going on here. Scales the I'm pretty sure it's a z, yeah, y and z component of a to the size to the radius length at current shell index. Don't need this. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. I think this should be good. Now the question is, why is no materials being assigned? That's the other weird oddity that's going on here, that I am not sure as to why that's the case. Because when we call generate, unless we're getting the null reference here or something, but I don't know. Let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna stop it. Gonna let it recompile. Let me catch up in chat because I've been kind of bad at reading chat right now, and then we'll get back to the pass. Decode, I just started and it's outstanding how fast you are. I've been coding for like 15-ish years. But I don't know. Even then, it's not like a year for a programmer. A year of programming for two programmers is different. It could look very different. Most of my time wasn't spent practicing or you know, working on the craft programming. Wait, what are you guys calling? Is on the typing sound, like how speedy type but don't understand anything. Well, a lot of the typing is just navigation. Like you'll see, like I think I've done speed tests. Like my typing speed's actually around like 80 or 90 max words per minute. I've gotten 100 once, but it's it's very difficult for me. So actual typing, I'm not really that fast, but navigating my workspace, I'm pretty fast with, and that's just due to Vim and i3. And then my bindings I have for it. Let's see here. Recompiles domain. Let's see what we have. I might have to change the execution order for the player. So it's still pink. Console is still not. There's no error there, so we're not getting an NRE. So where's my... There we go. Where's Rider? There you go. So, no NRE. I'm assuming we're getting... If we're not getting to this point of iteration, I wonder if... You set the object to true. In fact, let me go back up as well. Because we have generate shells. And we construct the game objects, add the component, they're uninitialized. I wonder if we're just not calling this generate chunk. No, but we should be doing that immediately afterwards. There's two places where we're calling chunk, if I'm not mistaken. One here and then one in the game board manager, right? We have chunks, generate shells, generate model. Oh. Maybe we're not calling this actually. What do you need? The current player X position. Yeah, that's why it's like uninitialized too. Like the transform hasn't been, the materials are not assigned yet because we just never call chunk. A game by Saw You, and I'm like, and where should I put the where not to? I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I bet in your house, you know where your stuff is for the most part, right? You know where you put stuff in your fridge. You know where you put like your comb or whatever. But then if you went to some, like a stranger's house, you're not going to know where things are at, right? You don't know why they put things where they put them. You know, why is... like, I don't know, I can't think of an example. Why is this in the fridge? Why is it there? Why did you put this by your bedstand instead of in your drawer or whatever, right? And that's kind of how code bases are. Like, you program and design your code to be the structure that makes sense to you. And it makes sense to you, but then for others it might be like weird or foreign or just odd and just not just unintuitive, right? So for you looking at like the code from my from stream, it's just kind of what is all this stuff that's going on there. But when you work on a game, you're gonna mold it to be the thing that you're gonna mold the code to be what makes sense to you. What's going on? Why is that a thing? Also, let me go to this as well. Let's see what's happening with these shells. Are there any that are they all there? I wonder if I go far enough, if we're gonna hit that point to trigger the generation of a new one. I wonder if it's like early returning. Also, there's some weird stuff happening with the chunk generator as well. I don't know why it's being weird. It's very odd. Like, things are supposed to be in view, and they're, like, not in view. It was working pretty consistently fine before. I don't know why it's being odd now. Unless there's, like, some kind of... No, it's working on frame. Yeah, there's something very weird. There's something very weird afoot right now. With the culling. You're not triggering the generation I want to see. And it should be generated just up front, so okay. Weird stuff. Let's see here. So we have player position.x, player position minus current position. It's less than 100 early returns. Gotcha. So it's not gonna. So in the early, unless we travel 100 meters, it's not gonna do the first generation. That being said, though, I'm pretty sure we have on generate model. We have a function call to do this initial generate chunk, which should bypass that. Generate chunk. Doesn't be called explicitly as well, so I'm not sure what's happening there. And this rounded position calculation that goes on too. That's for placement for objects. The thing is, we're never entering here, because if we were to enter here, some of the objects at the very least would be have a material assigned to them and everything. Let me test one last thing though. So this generate shells. Let me make sure it's set to deactivated. That way I'm 100% sure that it's not being reactivated. Because if I change this and it's not visible, that means, okay, we never ever get into this generate model or generate chunk function. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I'm pretty sure we're just not getting into there, and there's a condition before this that's causing that to happen. But I'd just rather confirm that for sure. The best place to learn coding? I don't think there's a place to learn. There's places to learn coding. I think the place where you learn coding is at your computer. Yeah, we're not getting to that function. It's wherever you're at, with whatever tools you have, and on whatever project you want to work on. Experience is like the best teacher. Okay, we have generate chunk presets, we have rounded position, we have index position, we have lower and upper radius. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about this because I'm assuming there's just, we're never getting there. Now the thing that's odd though is that we have generate model, which is for sure called here. I don't see any exceptions that might cause that part of the function to not get executed. So that means something is just not getting to there, or chunks is like, oh, let's see. So void start. We generate the defaults, yep. Generate model, yep. Choose one of the assets we have here, but we for sure have at least one assigned. So it should always be choosing the same one, unless there's something wrong with that logic for choose, but I think it should be good. We assign level assets, okay. Initial value 3. We start at the middle level, and then we do that. Iterate through these. This generates the. We might have to have a debug view of this as well. We'll deal with that later. And then we, after this, we generate. After generating the model, we call generate chunk. So no way to escape it. We for sure enter this function call. Yeah, I think we have to do a breakpoint. I think we should need a breakpoint and then see what actual values are being calculated here. The only other option is that this is always 0. That shell count is 0, so we iterate over nothing. Which means this chunk buffer at this value range is 0. That would be the thing. That would be the case. But that means let's see here. Iterate the chunk buffer, initialize value. Do we never assign the value to chunk buffer? New value. We just iterate through 1, I think. We set the initial value for chunk. Random range -1 and 1. Initial value equals. We also never assign it too. Okay. That would be an issue. But then even then, like, even if they're all 0, that'd mean that there's 1 level that's generated, not 0 levels that are generated. So that's like a correction that needs to be done on the chunk generation method as well. Yeah, what is this? What are you doing? Offset. Initial value plus offset. No. It's gonna be pass value. I minus 1. So we're doing chunk buffer, last value, plus this offset, and that's going to be the new value. Goodness, I can't type, dude. Okay, so we set the initial value. We iterate on the next index, and it's going to be based off of the previous index, and then we do this clamping between min and max value ranges. Okay, that should change, that should be correct now on that side. Here though, I want it where even if the value shell count is 0, that still means that you're iterating through just one value. So we iterate shell count equals chunk buffer index position. So we get the value from there. This should be inclusive to shell count. And then we can do like a thing where if for whatever reason we don't have enough shells to satisfy this, then is less than or equal to I, then return. Is that correct? If I is greater than or equal to the count of shells, so they're equal, that means I is actually going to be accessing a too large of a value, then we early return to guard against that case scenario. Okay. Okay, I think this should actually generate something now. Oopsie. Let's test this out. Okay. Where is Unity? There is Unity. Come on. Re-import, and then we're gonna run it. What's going on? What's going on, Hooshri? I happen to be on a 3-week sprint to submit to Steam. Let's go, dude. Get it, Iron. Good luck, man. That sounds like crazy. Okay, things are still bad. Nightmare. Bad, 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 bad. But hey, we have a null reference exception now, guys. That's something. Actually, no, that's a known thing. Never mind. Actually, is it? Oh yeah, it is. It's the object pool thing. Yeah. Okay, so what is going on here? What have we learned so far? I think I have to do... Wait, where is the shells? Where is the shells? They should exist somewhere. Oh no, we haven't. We exited play mode. That's why. What I was saying, anxiety is kind of a form of self-awareness, self-focus. Sometimes it's a byproduct of striving to better yourself. Anxiety. I think I might be missing a context too. So, okay, a shell exists. Okay. And it has the materials assigned. Okay. It's just the scale is off. Is wrong. Is it too big or too small? Maybe too small? Yeah, I think so. Maybe too small. Where's the player at? Or maybe the position's off. Because where's the player at? Player's here. And then if I go to this shell here, it's there too. So what if we multiply the scale? Like the X and Y scale are too small. There's like an order of magnitude that's too small. So I think we need to add a coefficient. But hey, this is actually progress. This is progress. So I'm just going to go to chunk, generate chunk, render position, index position. Where's the function we have for scale by depth? Here we go, scale by depth. And scale by depth, this is gonna be kind of bad because shell index can be 0, which is not what we want. So you might do like +1. I'm also realizing that's another edge case about this. You know, just how math works. And max shell count. Yeah, I think this should actually be fine. Yeah, this actually works out perfectly fine. Cool. I might want to have a lerp where like the values don't, because right now it's a uniform length. It's going to be like equally spaced between the innermost and the outermost, which is not maybe the best. So I might want to add an offset padding to like shell index or remap the values here to be much more closer together. But for right now, this is fine. Let's add our conversion factor here, because I guess the conversion factor here is just too dang small. So we have this. Oh my goodness. Times, let's try like 1,000 or 100. A little bit more conservative. Baxorn getting attacked by box mites was a doozy. That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that, man. To learn and understand any of this, just Google, man. First step, make a project for yourself that you find interesting and just start working towards it. It's gonna be like a project that you just keep chipping at. Okay, I think this should be good. Don't like change because they link consistency to safety. So if you're focused on bettering yourself, it can feel very unnatural because you're creating new neural pathways. Interesting. Where is this? How are we doing now? Is it too big? Is that what's going on? Are you too large? It seems too large. Hey, look at this though. You can see the shells. You can see the shells, guys. Let's freaking go. So it's happening, guys. Look at it. It's actually happening. It's just we got the scale a little bit off. Maybe too many digits. Let's try removing a 0. See if that changes anything. Yeah, it's fun developing on a CRT. I'm using Writer. Oh, that needs to be renamed with the I. Yep, it's fun to make a game on a CRT. I enjoy it. Re-import, come on. Let me also change my sitting position. Let me get some water while I'm at it too. Yeah, that's some good water. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if our scale factor works the way we intend it to. This arbitrary scale factor. Okay, I guess it's still too big. Still too big, though it's starting to get better. Are you seeing the mountain kind of range thing that we have going on here? Like, are you seeing what the rock is cooking? You see the layers, right? You see them? It's coming together. It's freaking coming together, man. I'm telling you. It's super sick. Too big, though. Too big. A little too big. So we still need to do some correction here. We're on the right path, right path. We're on the right path. Maybe that's actually... maybe it's actually been too big and I just need to scale it back down. Maybe that's the issue. Because if we go another 0, it's just back to a 1-to-1 size. Let's see how this works. Go by a few times now. Is going on that CRT. I'm making a game right now, Nax. Yeah, I'm making a game, and it was supposed to be 3 weeks. I'm probably gonna extend it because my vision for this game is a little too ambitious. Technically speaking. But now I'm making it through the woods, and I have like better visibility for like the stuff. I think we're getting closer to just get production. Okay. Okay. I'm seeing some weird stuff though. But okay, no, it's maybe not weird. It's that the shells are too far apart. So I was talking about reducing the range. That's what I was talking about. Because right now the range is too extreme for each shell. Like they're like far apart. I also might want to change chunk size to be much smaller, because right now it seems a little too large for my taste. Well, actually, I think it's also stretched out to the size of the entire board, which I don't want to actually have. They're supposed to be much smaller, I think. Chunk. Define chunk preset there. So length in meters is 100. Yeah, this is supposed to be much. It's supposed to be much smaller. So our scale factor is incorrect as well. This is calculating an X scale. That is incorrect. So this is the size of the entire level. We don't want that actually. What we really want to have is actually just chunk length in meters. And it should be about 100 meters, which is far smaller than 1,000 or 2,000, or actually 4,000. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Nice. Are you seeing this? Okay, you know what? We need to have back face rendering though. Right now we're culling the back faces of these, but because the mesh isn't that complicated, it's not a big deal to actually have the back faces be rendered as well. We just have to flip the normal. But yeah, dude. Yeah, buddy. It's all coming together. Okay, and then we get to missing component, missing reference exception. That's a bit weird. It's the same one. No, mesh render. Now that's a different one, I think. That's a different one entirely. It's happening here. Render matte. And what is it saying? Missing reference exception. The object type mesh render has been destroyed. So how did that happen? That's happening at line what? At this line. Render material matte. And And it's saying this component has been destroyed. Now that is weird. Because I don't believe we destroy anything. I think we at most repurpose, but we never destroy. So either this was null, or it wasn't, or something's destroying it. That'd be very weird though. We have this initialization, total shell count. Unless we're trying to access a value that doesn't exist. Total shell count. What is the, why are we, wait, what? Why are we doing times, oh, because that's the number of the backup shells too, yeah. So you end up with like a total of 10 for total shell count. Maybe that's what's going on then? We're also iterating inclusively, so that could be an issue. But then you'd have an error, value out of range exception, not a missing reference exception. Interesting. What's going on here? All my parameters would be functions, so it would always tweak stuff, never settle on any one thing. What's going on? With the name of the game? I'm still figuring that out, actually, Toasted. I don't know the name of it. It's based off an older game called Fight and Flight, but I don't think I want to call it Fight and Flight anymore. So, we got this, we got this, we got this. We got so many things going on. We have this add component thing. That should make this renderer be good. And we have renderer set there. Do we ever reassign it? Do we ever reassign it? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is all kind of weird and wild and gnarly. This feels all kind of weird. Okay, we're just gonna go deal with a simpler problem before we tackle this one, which is remapping these values to be more smaller and closer together. So I think within radius we would settle by like remap. What do I want to remap? Radius. Okay, we're gonna remap radius. So we have this simple thing of like shell index +1. At some point we're gonna divide it by max shell count. And that's gonna be defining the value you wanna have. Oh, you know what we can do? We don't even have to do a remap. What we could do is do a linear interpolation. Yeah, like this is gonna be... Okay, yeah, we're gonna have this remap still. We're gonna yoink this. Throw it in here. Remap radius. Or actually, better yet, yoink this. Call this P. We're not gonna multiply by max radius. Instead, now what we're gonna do is do a math f lerp. If you don't know what lerp is, it's like the most handy function ever in math, especially for game dev. Look it up. You'll be happy. We're gonna do the min range is gonna be max radius divided by 2. Max range is max radius, and then finally we're gonna use p, and we're gonna lerp between these values. So now instead of from 0 to this, it's gonna actually be from halfway to there. So there's like some solid body on the cylinder, and everything's gonna be closer together. So let's just see how that looks first. Okay, and then recompile. Yeah, we have commands for a bunch of stuff. Okay, and now we have a... Oh, whoops. So the radius seems the same. Let me make sure I rebuilt this. Okay. Press play. And there we go. Okay, cool. Now the radius looks bigger. Okay, we have to be careful with these dangers. But yeah, you see this? Okay, and then let's see if we can get to this actually feels like a game, dude. Okay, we still have to fix the regeneration problem. We also have to wait until it gets to 100 meters to see if it actually does the... In fact, let me just verify something. Because this is supposed to be the size of 100 meters. But I actually don't know how certain that is. So we have this shell right here. I'm going to create a new game object. 3D cube, let's say. Hi, Mr. Cube. You're going to go outside. You're going to be scale of, let's say, 1, 1, 1. Actually, no, on the Y, we'll make it big, and on the Z, make it big as well, so we can actually see it. And then we're going to do a scale of 100 on the X. Also get rid of this rotation. And no, this section's actually too big. It's like twice as big. I mean, I'm eyeballing it, but I'm pretty sure it's about twice as big. Like if we do 200 scale, in fact, it's actually be much bigger than that, because I believe the cube in Unity, if I'm not mistaken, is it from 0.5 to 0.5 or -1 to +1? Actually, let me Google this. Do I not have a browser here somewhere? Yeah. Unity cube value range. Or, yeah, vertex range? I don't know. Yeah, but in Unity, what is the position of a unit? Nope. Unity cube position range. Okay, please tell me. I just want to know if it's from 0.5 to 0.5. I'm pretty sure it should be a meter in size. How big is Unity's default cube? The primitive cube scale is 1x 1x units. Okay, cool. By default, okay, so it is a 1 meter. So this is guaranteed to be good, which means it's supposed to be 0.5 or 0.5 to negative 0.5 in object space. Okay, which means that this is indeed 100 meters, and our scaling here is incorrect. It is simply it needs to be even smaller on the X. Yeah, board chunk length meters, 0.5. I might increase this to be big, because I kind of like its current 200 size, but we have to have correct representation before we make this look the way we want it to look. It's called Polybius. No, we're not doing a CIA experiment. We're not gonna we're not gonna MK Ultra people here. Okay. All right, let's see here. Why do I have two streams? Because some people like vertical streams versus horizontal streams. So I like having both. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have to have the collision offset be corrected. But okay. And it has to be offset as well. The position's not correct for where it's supposed to be. Yeah, when we do this, calculate all this fun stuff, we also calculate the rounded position, and then we get the index position from there. Rounded position, player position divided by chunk length meters times chunk length meters, which also this should be, oh, we're doing math floor. Okay, never mind, we're good there. Yeah, I'm thinking this is rounding down to the nearest multiplicative of like board length or chunk length. So if chunk length is 100, it's going to go from 0, and then until the player passes 100, then it'll be 100. So we're going to position this shell we call game objects so much. It's just is that reserved for parameters only? Yeah, it's fine. Maybe just make it OBJ or something. Position equals overwrite x with rounded position minus board or chunk length meters times 0.5. And that should be correct. So the rounded position, let's say, is this is 0, this is 100. The player is somewhere between less than 100, right? Which means the rounded position will be 0, which means we place this at, it should be 0 plus the chunk, plus the rounded, plus chunk length divided by half. Okay, I think that's correct. Let's see if the math shakes out. What's going on here? Yeah, two streams is kind of what happens when you try to, provide provide different formats for different people or different preferences. I think I might add like a chat to stream to the overlay so people can see both chats, but the only issue is that I don't like, because sometimes chat, some people say some odd things, and I don't want that being baked into the stream itself. The goal is just to show the process of making games and provide a cozy atmosphere, and I don't want people, saying different things on chat to permanently affect the stream. which is my trepidation with having the chat being shown on overlay. This is looking good though. I'm actually very happy with this. I think we have to modify the shader so that the further away, because right now there's no, I think we need to add some fog, like some basic kind of fog, so that you can differentiate between objects close to you versus objects far away from you. Sure. Like the lighting will help at the edges, and using different textures will aid with that as well, but I think we need to add some basic fog. Thank you, Ross. I'm glad you dig it, man. Ross Sanders, I'm glad you dig the stream. Web dev background. I'm working on a game right now. Specifically, I'm implementing how the background generation is done. So it's kind of procedural and gets built up as the player continuously moves forward throughout the game. I think I'm gonna do some shader stuff real quick though, because I'm not displeased, but I'm also not 100% pleased with the way the visuals are for the shells. I want to communicate depth better, and I also want to have the back faces be rendered. So we're gonna do some shaders, some little GPU coding today, which is my favorite. I love doing shaders. In fact, the beauty of shaders is that I can just press play and they recompile on runtime and reload, so I can just kind of iterate and not have to recompile the game. So you can see all the objects there. So there's a lot of depth, it's just that it's not being shown. So I'm gonna go here. We're gonna do a few things. There's quite a few things I want to do actually, because there's the order of flipping having backface, or get rid of backface culling. I forgot how to do that actually. There's like a little keyword you add to the CD program top here. As far as a shader is concerned, for like adding like a fog, that is actually much more straightforward, I think. We just need to have the distance between the player, the current pixel and the player, which I think we do set, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we have radius. We don't have the... Actually, we have to have the distance between the camera. I think we do that somewhere. We have the player world position though as well. That helps too. But yeah, I think what we're gonna do is use distance from camera to make this happen. I think we can use world space distance from camera, and that should be fine. Though I think there's the other approach of using like converting to local space and then the camera's coordinate system. We did that in another game, and that worked pretty well. Okay, we actually have, this change in particular requires actually recompiling this, because we have to provide some information to the shader, which is got him. That's an easy thing. Camera, and then we just have to add another position. Yeah, we just have to add this other global variable, a global uniform, which is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And it's going to be setting the camera's world space position, and then, whoops. Yeah, I'm not feeling very... I'm a bit odd today. I don't feel like I'm working at my usual... I've been feeling off this few days, to be honest. Just looking at my workspace a little bit so I can make more sense of this. And then there's something wrong with player that I'm not aware of. Okay, angle from position, yeah. They're showing there's some kind of error here, but I'm not sure what it is. And it compiles fine, so... I mean, I'll let the compiler tell me if there's error. Okay, here it is. No, that's not the change. What's going on here? Character, writing down. Oh, I accidentally got rid of something unintentionally. Hopefully that doesn't break assets. We'll find out right now. What's going on, Jay, for you? Fast typing, you just have to do some monkey typing if you want to get better at typing. And then practice NeoVim. Yeah, welcome to the Discord, Dev. Y'all to make a tic-tac-toe game? No, not a tic-tac-toe game. Okay, what do we got going on here? Compiler errors go away. Hopefully the player we didn't mess up the sprite set for the characters. Yeah, they're good. Okay, cool. We're good on that front. I think the last thing I want to do is check to make sure that we're modifying the correct shader, and I think if we are, we're good to go. To start adding this fog effect. Yep. Things look good so far. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, we have this. Go to the shader. Let's add this public uniform. No, not that one. I forgot what it is. This one. Okay, it's gonna be a float 4, camera position. It's gonna be in world space as well. Okay, and then in our fragment, what we're gonna do is calculate float. The distance between I dot world position and camera position. And we're gonna make this XYZ because I don't want to factor in the Y component. We're gonna have distance, and then we're gonna have some kind of fog distance. It's gonna be some kind of const. And let's say, like, I don't know, the radius is like 66 meters, so we could say like 128 meters is the max fog distance, and then float fog value is going to be equal to distance divided by 128. So the further away it is, the greater the fog should be applied. And then we're going to define some kind of fog color. In fact, I might even do... I don't know, we can do a general one here, but I think we're going to end up having to introduce another property here called like fog color. Or maybe have that be part of our we're using the global shader lighting thing. We can just yoink the color for fog from there. I don't know. Whatever the case may be of how we architect that, I'm just gonna make a float 4 fog color, and then we'll deal with the specifics of that later. Right now the fog color is gonna be like gray. Yeah, 0.5. Okay, and then finally we have this color here. Actually, it's gonna be a lit color. And then we're gonna return a lerp between lit color, fog, and then fog value. So yeah, cool. We have lit color, we have lerp for this. Okay, let's see how this looks in game. Okay. So now we're lerping between these things. Okay. Let's modify this a little bit more. Let's shift the this to be a bit further away, like 300 meters instead. And then as this gets closer to 300, yeah, that's more fog gets applied. The thing is, I'm not seeing quite the same representation of the base color. The base color is not really coming through here, and that is bothering me. If I'm doing, let me make sure I'm doing things correctly. Lerp is starting. Oh, because it's float, not float 4. Whoops. Simple mistake. Here we go. Now you have a more fog look. Cool. Let me change the color a little bit as well. I mean, we can do this in our somewhere else, but I also want to change the minimum maximums here. Like, I want fog to only start getting applied a certain offset away. So I might even do like, if it was aligned in local position, if we use like the world to local matrix, it would have been better. What am I doing? Fog distance. I introduced this for a reason. Whatever. Yeah, we could have done things a little bit differently, but oh my goodness, almost crashed there. Okay, I did crashed. Okay. It's not revealing the depth information I'm looking for, if I'm going to be honest with you. I want more stratification between these values to be a bit more extreme. And changing this distance is not going to work because we have to have like this baseline. Like where the shells are closest to you should be the ones that actually receive some of the rendering or some most of the base color, but then as they go further away, the more that atmosphere kind of gets applied. I almost want to do a Fresnel effect on this, but the Fresnel is not going to really change that much. Or it's not going to affect it the way I want it to be affected. What's going on here? Are you guys having that conversation again? It's his own. Yeah, my own code. So what's going on here? How do I want to deal with this fog application? Also, you know what I think I'm going to use, because we already have this baked in here in our lighting, in our light model. Yeah, we have fog color, so we can yoink this. We also have a defined fog distance, so we can actually play with this in the inspector instead of relying upon like this local value and recompiling, which is kind of annoying. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to post this here so I remember it. We're going to get rid of this value. We're going to get rid of place this with fog distance, because we have that here. And then we're going to replace this fog here with fog color, so it's more contextual to the level environment. Oh my goodness. And then there's also fog enabled, but we're going to ignore that. We're just going to apply a fog blanketly. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure in our light model, we have the camera world to local. Like, that's being applied. And we also have the camera local to world position. And in fact, I think I even have logic for this here. When we calculate the lighting. So we could do it that way, but it's not going to solve the fundamental issue of clamping the values or mapping the values to a particular value range. We'll see what's going on here. What's going on here? Thank you, how to spell Mark. I appreciate it, man. Just do carpentry. I did carpentry. I did a lot of woodworking before. I took a year from like game deving and kind of just did that. It was very relaxing. I enjoyed it. I even made a custom keyboard case for a game I was working on called Crimson Crown, which I might have to go back to and finish at some point. I enjoyed woodworking though. Coding is nice, but the cool thing about working with actual physical things is that you can see the labor of your hands directly. You can interact with it, you can show it to people, and it's like a very different thing than programming, which is like, hey, you do all this work, but the whole point is that you're hiding all this work so that people play the final game or product or whatever, and the goal is that they don't have to be privy to any of this magic that we're doing under the hood. That's the goal, is to be understated. It's a very different thing. I enjoyed it though. I think I might go back to it at some point. I just want to finish a few games before I take a little woodworking arc, or return to my woodworking arc. Distance. Yeah, it's something different. Oh, let me also do the back face culling thing as well. I'm pretty sure. Unity, HLSL, back face culling. Or actually, what I want to do is disable back face culling. I'll turn off back face culling on a particular shader, and HLSL is what I'm hoping for. What do you got for me, dog? Where is it? Yeah, cull off. That's the keyword. There's something else too, though. If we're rendering a triangle that's from the back face, we need to flip the normal as well. But we'll deal with that in a second. Ooh. Will you look at that? Oh, it's because... Okay, wait a second. Where's our... Where is our lighting model? Or our light system? Yeah, we... we have the distance to be like... Yeah, wrong. Let's do like a dark blue color. Why not? An alpha of 1. Yeah, I like that. There we go. Look at that fog. I just want the top face here, though, to be much more clear. So we have to do... I know, we're going to do like an offset on distance and then clamp it, I think. Or actually subtract it and then clamp. Or subtract and then multiply and then clamp. I think that's how you're gonna... how the math is gonna shake out for this. Let's see here, distance. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna do this in distance. So we have distance, and then we're gonna do distance minus, I don't know, I think maybe 50? Minus equal 50. And then distance is gonna be... We don't have to clamp it actually, we just have to do min 0 dist. So if distance is less than 0, actually we have to make it max. We use a max value of 0 or distance. And then, okay, that's better. That's better. Maybe a little bit more. 80. Nice. So now the top level is much more nice. So it looks like there's an atmosphere. Look at this, guys. Do you it looks like we have an atmosphere now on this like little rock. I think I might make the range tighter too, but I mean, it doesn't. We're still having some of that issue, but I think it's just a matter of playing around with this a little bit more. Fine-tuning the value. And also, we have to do more of like a collapse range, I think. Like the way we do the math for this is not quite... Actually, maybe not the math. We can do like, instead of a linear, we can do it like different ways of doing it, like cubic or maybe logarithmic. See what that produces for us, but yeah, and then make like 180 instead. Yeah, this definitely helps, but I think we're gonna have to rely upon oi, on having different materials, which is perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. We have to start doing this environment stuff too. The environment for the main menu. All in due time, right? Oh no. Why is this wrong? That's not good. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because we didn't, with the light model, we didn't save that value. Yeah. That's easy. Paste. I think I did 180, I think. Yeah. And then it should be good to go. Thank you, the Panta. I appreciate it, man. Thick and thin. In a world... What's going on? In your garage? Oh yeah, no. Well, I think... So the garage Because I'm thinking about adding different characters, not with different abilities, but just different characters. And I think each character, I want them to have their own like living room. So it's like when you choose a character, it's not just the character, you're choosing the entire garage. It's like, hey, this is how this person lives. And, you know, this is how they go about tuning their machine and whatnot. I think that's a cool idea. I'm not sure, though. Maybe people want to have choose their character and customize their garage separately. I don't know. We shall see. What was I doing? There was something I was doing. I know there's something I was doing. And I forgot. Oh, right. I wanted to change the size mapping because I think it's still too big. So we have to go to board chunk manager. There we go. And where our lerp happens, we're going to be changing this from, nope, this one right here. That is still not good enough. I think it has to be much smaller. It's like the valley range. Instead of like just 50% to 100%, I think it should be like maybe 80%. So instead of occupying a total range of 50, it's actually be occupying a range of 20. Make it smaller, tighter, I think. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Okay. Whoops. I just need to build this to mobile and see how it looks, but yeah, this looks better. This is looking better, I think. I think we can't avoid it though. We're gonna have to make the layers have different colors, different textures, which is fine. That's the intention from the beginning. To better separate and distinguish them. But this is working a lot better than I would have imagined. So you have chunk 1, which is grass, and then maybe have chunk 2 be this one, and then maybe have this one be this texture, and then top one is white. And then I also want to have one for clouds, but where's the snow one? Yeah. Let's see how this looks. Oh, Watch Dogs, making like a side-scrolling type game. It's got a side-scroller kind of racer type thing. I have to change the remove the side meshes. But hey, this looks better, man. This is looking better. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Oh, we have to implement the audio system too at some point. That's another thing we have to do. These are placeholder textures that I made for another game, but they actually look pretty good here, honestly. If I'm gonna be real with you. I'm actually quite happy with this. I need to increase health as well. You have to do the UI. And let's see how this looks as we rotate it. My freaking goodness. Let's try rotating all the way around. Yeah, I have to change how the mapping works at certain angles, but that's fine. There's some jank we can expect to deal with. Dude, I'm actually super happy with this. This is working pretty decently. And now it's the last thing of just dealing with the fact that the chunk generator is not generating new chunks or subsequent chunks when we get. They're trying to make this feel seamless. Yeah, it gets warm, but it's nice. I sometimes when I'm cold, I grab it because it warms up my hands, and it feels very good. I like it. It's a very nice bulb. Okay, so this is coming together. Now we have to figure out. Oh, it is working. Our chunk generator thing is working. So the player's not gonna be able to go backwards ever. But yes, subsequent chunks. Yeah, buddy. And you can see the top layer there, like the chunk. Yeah, let's freaking go. Oh my freaking goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The culling the object culling's not working. So now we just have to have the chunk be we have to make sure that actually the pass. So we have to generate preemptively. I think that's the issue, is preemptive generation. This is just working though. Like this I'm actually, most of the implementation I did just works the way it's intended to. I'm actually so happy. I'm genuinely actually very happy about this. And then we can have like the lower chunks for like water and then ground and then stuff like that. Like you can see how easy it would be to change the topology. So like one part is like just water and then this is the grass and then it's like island or whatever. And we can have different environments stylized very easily and very quickly. And have different chunk right now it's only one chunk preset, but we can have a bunch of chunk presets that fit with this. The only issue would be seams. Trying to make this feel seamless. But let's freaking go, dude. We have a game, guys. We have a game. Avoid that. I am so happy, man. I am so freaking happy right now. Secret of Mana. You're an orphan boy that finds a sword. Oh yeah. I never fully played that game. I only played like the intro, but I'd love to play. I've been playing through Final Fantasy IX on this broadcast on this TV. But Secret of Mana is a game that would be fun to play on stream. Maybe even Dragon Quest 3 or 4 or 3 after the Super Nintendo. I don't know, just RPGs in general. They're fun. I enjoy them. Guys, I'm actually super happy with this. This is like big progress. So I need to think about how there's like different things to consider, right? One is how do we make this feel seamless? That's important. Right now we have to get to like, the player has to physically get to this point before we generate the next section. We can do like an offset where we take the player position plus board or chunk length in meters. Also replace this with chunk length in meters as well, so that we can always change the chunk length and have it look correct in case you want to make it, I don't know, more in case you want to make this feel more like have the chunks be longer instead of as short as they are. In fact, let's test to make sure this is dynamic. It should be, but yeah, I'm pretty sure everything here is dynamic, so we can change chunk length to 100 and it should be fine. I don't think we hard code that anywhere. So you can change it to like 200 instead, and it should be good to go. 1 second, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'm good. Everything good over there? Alright. Cool. Alright, 200. Compile. Let's see how it looks, guys. Never played Earthbound. Earthbound's great. I loved it. I never beat it either, but I got pretty far in that one. Like around 40% or something, and I got stuck and then stopped. That would be another fun one to try out. I don't know, we'll see. I don't think YouTube likes it when I play games on stream, but I gotta do stuff that I don't want to be controlled by an algorithm. Whatever I want to stream, I'll stream it. Even if it's like, hey, you get 5 views. It's alright. Most of my life, I've lived with like 5 views. And I'm happy with that. Though I appreciate like the big turnout, like that's kind of insane. As of recently, but yeah, you gotta maintain your autonomy. Oh, this actually looks better stretched out to 2000. And look at that, it's never mind. We were so close. Do you saw that? We were so close to having it be seamless, where it's like, oh, that just exists. But then no. I think that's a simple thing, though. I think that's a simple change to make, which I think is going to be offset. Have it be set to true, I think. I think that's how that works. I don't know, we'll see. Steve Jobs? Nah. I don't think Steve Jobs was technical like that. Okay, let's see how this looks. Do we have a seamless transition, and does it stay that way when I cross it? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Let me try something. Let me make sure this is re-imported and recompiled. Secret of Evermore. I have never heard of that one, though. Is that an RPG as well? Also, we have a Discord with a section for CRT game requests. So if there's a game you want to see me play on stream, feel free to hit me up there. Or at me and put a game. Okay, this does that. But that's not working. That's not good. Okay, it's just bad all around. Never mind. That change was just a bad change all around. Okay, I think I have the correct idea. It's just that when we cross that state and recycled objects, it's not recycling the things you want it to. Let's see where this happens. We have update view. We have this check. Wait a second. I never player position. I never did the thing, did I? 0.5. It's supposed to be half size. Also. Oh. That might be the issue, I think? That might be the issue? Let's see. Let's let it recompile. Yeah, business positions and maneuvering, I can see that more for jobs. A man of vision, we can say. Honestly, arguably one of the most important qualities in the leader is vision. Though it cannot be the only quality that they have. Okay. Oh, please work. Yes! Yes! We have seamless No! 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 Why? Almost seamless. It worked for 2. Nope. It just stopped. Oh, JK. Okay. Clearly, I've implemented something wrong. So let's just go. Let's just go check this out. What's going on? What is happening here? We have Shell's eye. Do we use this offset? I know we have it here, but do we actually use it? Oh, I don't think we do. That's why. Okay. Shell count equals chunk buffer next position. We iterate through this, but we just iterate through the shells. We don't actually set stuff. Oh no, we do actually. Never mind. Never mind. I stand corrected. We do have offset. Plus. 1 second. Where's offset? So if it's 0, we do 0. If it's this, it's a max shell count. We don't get an index out of range exception, so I think this is it's a shell count per chunk. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. Like the idea is like, okay, there's no offset. We use this the first 5, and then when we get to the next section, we yoink the next. We yoink the next 5, and when we cross to the next section, we should yoink the first 5 over there. That makes sense to me. And that's why we do the offset inversion here. Please inform the stock market. Yeah. Please inform Microsoft and all the tech leaders about it. Yeah, so close. You're so close, Christos. Someone clip that. I don't want to forget. That's a kind of a funny moment. But it's kind of like it always happens. It's like, oh, this seems like it's working, and it just doesn't. It's a tragic thing, but it happens. And I feel like I'm so correct about the way this should work. Generate. Let me check something. Wherever this is used. Generate model. We call it generate chunks initially. Yeah, that makes sense. Update view. Okay, what if we? No, then we have to save the last configuration of last frames. Because we could do it. We can, instead of doing this offset recycling thing for the index, what if we just set both of them? And that's just what we do. Like we save the last one, we just configure both of them. I think that might be the most simplest solution here. Even though I feel like offset should work, but this solution allows us to be like, hey, if we want to go backwards, we can even like, this would work in that scenario, I think. Oh, I'm thinking. I'm using my brain. I don't like doing that, but we have to. What am I kidding? I like using my brain. I feel like my brain's waking up a little bit. Generate chunk preset, rounded to position. What I'm trying to figure out is that when index is false, it works. We move to when index is true, that works. But when we move back to index false, things fall apart. We use I don't think that's gonna work. because no, but that should be fine because the indices from 0 to 5 are the ones we want to recycle for the next ones after the first two. So that that seems reasonable to me. Max shell count. We do the calculation here too for radius. Oh wait. We programmatically define upper and lower radius. Yeah, never. JK, we never use that. Do we use that? Where do we use that? I'm pretty sure I can just get rid of this and no one's gonna be sad. Someone is sad. Oh, because we do the... I tried doing the... Okay, never mind. I tried doing the scale update there, but I'm actually overriding it in this function, so it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. We just set this position here. But the scale doesn't matter, which means that this doesn't matter. Which means that these constants don't matter if I can find them. Am I crazy? I thought I saw them constants somewhere. No. Okay. I'm just gonna act like nothing's wrong here and everything's correct. But yeah, on this premise though. Oh, these constants are defined in the function. Never mind. That isn't. Then okay, yeah, that's fine. We're good. Still not good about this though. This is not going to change per iteration, so there's nothing. But we can just implement this. Have this be written over here, so we're clear that it's not a per implementation thing. We do our index offset for getting the renderers, and then we get the renderer materials from there, and then the renderer game objects from there. This all makes sense to me. This is perfectly reasonable. Wait a second. Wait a second. We return here. This should be continue. Because then that's going to bypass this offset increment. I mean, I don't think that's what's causing the issue. That shouldn't. Or actually could cause the issue, but that's... I don't think for how consistently this is happening, that's going to happen here. I don't think the way I have it configured, that should trigger it, but... At the same time, you can't be too careful there, Sonny. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's re-import, and then we're gonna press play. I'm hoping it's a surprise epiphany, Terrell. I think it might be just like we caught something bad, but that's not the culprit. It's also bad. It would have been a culprit eventually, but we arrested that murderer before he committed the murder. But I'm still trying to find the actual current murder we're investigating. Oh. Okay. This is just terrible. This is actually behaving worse. Wait, did I change the default value for offset? Did I revert that? Yeah, it's back to false. We're good there. Okay, so I don't think there's any excuse for this bad behavior. Because we get to the halfway point. Yup, it does the thing. It recycles the wrong thing. In fact, let's inspect the state of this. Because the player's here. There's only one chunk that's visible. So that's also a bad thing. It's like each iteration we're recycling the wrong one. We're recycling the indices that we don't want to use. It's almost like offset is supposed to be flipped, which is strange. In fact, offset could be incremented here. But it's like we're getting the wrong values. Like, I'm gonna do this value flip, and then we're gonna go back here, and then we're gonna press run, and we're gonna see if this changes. And if not, we're gonna do the thing where we cache the value of the last update, and we're just gonna set all the shells to be where they're supposed to be, so that we have the perfect unity that we desire. Come on. Okay, we're gonna get to the halfway point. Things are gonna get terrible. Things are still terrible. What a travesty. Okay, that's it. We're not gonna do this anymore. We're gonna just cache the previous chunk and just set everything authoritatively. We tried being democratic, but you know what? The people are wrong, and we need authority, and I'm gonna be that authority. I'm gonna say exactly. We're gonna lay down a law. Last preset. I'm dumb. It's okay. Last preset. After 3, last position. I'm not gonna do any of this offset business anymore. This is gone. You're dead to me. I tried doing things your way. All you did was hurt me. No more. No more. No more of this. What we're instead gonna do is that shell count. If we're gonna do the random shell thing, we also have to cache the last, or we can just index backwards. Like, that's also reasonably fine. We have the power to do that. I could just do that. So we don't have to cache the last shell count. We just have to cache the last preset. Whatever. And then I'm gonna move this into a function. Set chunk. And then what? Int the shell count. Like, what else do you need? I is, because this is what iterating is iterating through all the okay, so maybe we move the entire. No, because we're gonna have multiple for loops for setting individual. So this is a misnomer. It's set shell, right? That's what you're doing. And then int I, and then chunk preset. This is gonna make this a static function. Actually, no. There's some membered things we need. Everything that says chunk preset, we're just gonna rename it to oh, I didn't do it, did I? we go. You're gonna be return. And then rounded position. We also need that as well, don't we? And then that should be everything, I believe. This is the... yeah. Set the ending bracket for the class. Okay, this sets a chunk now. Now all we need to do is set shell for I shell count and rounded. Oh, you have to also provide preset, don't we? Rounded. Position, there we go. So this is gonna be populate chunk player is on. We have another one because we always want to have, there's always gonna be a shell that the player is currently on, right? Then there's gonna be a one that has to be in front of the player. So populate chunk populate next chunk. Let me think about this correctly. We might have to have 3 or another set, one for the past and one for the previous, or no, next and previous. Yeah, CRT is real. Got it. Got a green button and everything. I hate coffee. Give me good apple in the morning with some orange juice. Yeah, I'm not normally a coffee guy either. CRT, I mean, it's pretty good. Don't notice it. It's a regular 60, so it's pretty good. I know there's like a Sony one that's like 100 hertz or something, but don't got it. I don't like gains or carbs. Salty carbs are super bad for cognition. Is it really? I've been eating a lot of Doritos, man. I'm not gonna lie. But I also been needing to eat some salt. I think I mentioned at the top of the stream, I've been having some very minor, but some low blood pressure issues. I'm feeling better with, by the way, but yeah, it's kind of funny to be like, oh, I actually need to eat some salty stuff. What are you coding, Cozy? I'm coding the shell generation. Let's take a look at how it currently is. Actually, yeah, let's see how this change works. It's not gonna work, but it's not gonna work. We're not gonna have this seamless thing, but we're at least gonna have a shell be generated in front of the player. So let's just show it. So right now we have this generated shell environment thing for the background. And then when you get to the next one, it disappears, right? It populates the next one, but then the current one is gone. So we're making it so that it's seamless instead. So that the one the player is currently on is always visible, but the next one is also visible, so that you can't tell that we're recycling game objects. Instead, it just feels like a perfect, sublime, clean experience. Okay, that's cool. So that's what we're figuring out right now. And I had a way of doing it before, but the implementation is just not great. I don't like it. Handle one morning without a coffee. My mom's the same way. I take magnesium glycinate already, Josh. That helps for my carpal tunnel. All right. Anyways, so that's what we're dealing with right now. So we're doing this restructuring. So we do this iteration here to populate the first part. And then, honestly, we're going to iterate through. Oh, I think I know why the old implementation didn't work. No, it should have worked. Never mind. So first of all, we're going to change some stuff. I added this extra math over here. We don't need it anymore. We don't need it anymore. So it's going to be player, the player position, and that's all there is to it. So let's just see how this works in practice, that one change, and then we're going to start doing the other changes. Import, and then we're going to start. Come on. Come on. So now it should always be only generate one. It's always going to generate the next one that's going to be in front of the player. The issue is that with this, you always see the previous one and you see the next one, or you need to show the previous one and the next one. So you have to have some kind of means of showing hey, the second shell we're generating should be the one on the left, or displaying is the one on the left, and then the second one, the first one, I don't know. Either we add two and just call it a day, and just render both. I mean, they're gonna be either one or both are gonna be culled based off the camera with the Friström culling, which is nice, but yeah, it feels dumb to have this extra set of game objects that exist purely just to be the bookends for the seamless transition. But that might be just what we do. Like, I know there's a let's try doing it the right way. Actually, I'm not gonna do the dumb thing. The culling gets weird. I need to fix what's going on with this as well. I don't know why it's a little janky. This straight combo into death. Yeah, I don't want to have the two bookends. But it's more straightforward to implement that, because it's like, you know what the previous one should have. Or is it actually? Because in the next one you have to generate it, and then when the active one should actually be because this function is being called only when the player's entered a new chunk region. So this one is always going to generate a new shell. In fact, actually, this logic here for generating the yeah, I don't like that. So we can have an offset instead, where we instead have where this always is generating the previous shell instead. The previous chunk, and this is always generating the next adjacent chunk, which means that we're gonna trigger this. We don't even use shell count. Why are we passing this in here? We're going to I think what we're gonna do is that we're gonna generate the next one when the player's halfway during the current one. And that's when we do the cache and then swap. So we're gonna bring this back again. This plus board or chunk length times 0.5 f. Bringing that back because we're gonna generate the next the next chunk once we get to that halfway point, right? And what do we have here? Yeah, the chunk preset. Last preset's gonna equal to chunk preset. And then this is gonna be, this is the next one, this is gonna be the previous one, which is gonna be board or chunk size. I should just have half chunk size somewhere. This is coming up regularly enough where it's kind of a problem to, it's kind of an inconvenience to not have it. And then it's just going to be okay, cool. Up here. So for this one, it's gonna be this minus chunk half length. So, and instead of chunk preset, we're gonna use a last preset. And in fact, we're gonna have to do this after because it's gonna destructively change the last preset. So, okay. So we update the previous chunk with the last preset, and it's gonna be offset by the rounded position minus half chunk though. Actually, I think it should be full chunk. Never mind. Chunk length meters, and then this is going to be the current position. Okay, I think we're good here. And then the last thing is that the range in which we iterate from is not going to be 0 to, because it's going to override each other. So we're going to populate, let's say the last previous chunk is going to be, and then if it's null, we just don't render it until the last one's been set. I think we just do break. I think that breaks out of the loop, if I'm not mistaken. And then this one actually does a setting. And now it's going to instead be from shell count, or max shell count, I think, to I forgot. Total shell count, I think. This may not be good. This one actually might have to be like less than. I know this one has to be inclusive. because we want to make sure that even if it's an index of 0, you iterate from, or a shell count of 0. That's actually dumb. This feels dumb. There's like some dumb stuff afoot here. I don't like it. This feels very dumb. There's actually so much dumb here. Max shell count. Whatever. Anyways, max shell count, index 5, that makes sense. And then we iterate to total shell count, which is 10. If there's 10 total, the last one's gonna be 9, so we don't want to iterate to that range. This one, honestly, should be exclusive. We're reading the value from here. Okay, no, that's fine. This we can have a different range because we're iterating through a different value range than this one. This one's actually what? Okay, I'll deal with that later. Let's just see if this works. I think this should run without getting some kind of index out of range exception, and we'll just see. We're just gonna see. We're just gonna see what happens, man. We're just gonna slip and slide. Let it ride. And if it crashes and burns, it's okay. Okay, so far, feels like we're crashing and burning. Feels like a crash and burn. Oh, that's weird. That's not right. Oh no. Yeah, this is not right. This is not good at all. And we're like overriding values. Yeah, there's a lot of weird happening. A lot of weird. So what's happening here? This is previous chunk. Previous chunk does have... The previous chunk has no need. Okay, I changed... We're iterating in the wrong ranges. First of all. So we're just going to do this up here because I know for a fact none of these dependencies are going to be the same. Like shell count, no. That's not what we do. And now it's because we had a random range, but we're not doing that. We're gonna use the upper part of the iteration range, this one. Yeah, buddy. Yoink this and use that for set shell. We're gonna use it for this range. This is where shell count is actually relevant. And then I'm gonna dictate some things later to enforce that the value range we stored in the buffer is actually correct. But for right now, we're just gonna let it ride. Because even that should not cause the issues I'm seeing. Okay, so now this iterates on the previous one, last preset, I, rounded position minus chunk length meters. Okay, that seems appropriate. Next is this one, and this is actually iterating through the correct range, setting the correct things at the correct place. I'm assuming. We're gonna find out right now. And if you know what I was thinking, man? Like this is even dumb. This is dumb. Cause like we should still iterate through the shell count, like not shell count, but through the entire range of the allowed parameters, from like max shell count. It's just that hey, if you know I is less than or greater than shell count, then we just deactivate the thing and not have it be visible. Otherwise we do this. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's like I think that's how we're supposed to do things. You're gonna do what exactly? We do, yeah, here. Yeah, none of this. Like I said, authoritarian, that's what we're gonna be. And the last thing is the mapping of these ranges when we generate model. Which I was gonna save that for later because, but you know what? No, this kind of bothers me actually. We have initial value of 3. What is the value range in which we clamp between? We clamp between 0 and max shell count. We know for a fact though they should always be at least minimum 1. So I'm actually gonna veto this and be like no, either 1 to max shell count. That way when you iterate through it, even if there's 1, there's a value of 1 there, you're still gonna get 1 shell. And if it's max shell count, like this is gonna be mapping the indices. Actually, no, it's just mapping the actual count. So yeah, this is actually fine. This is fine. We're fine. We're just gonna stop it. We're gonna recompile, and we're just gonna cope with the reality that we're about to embark upon. We're just gonna face reality for what it is. Okay, that looked promising, but no, we're gonna make sure this is correct. Because compiling Unity on Linux is sometimes finicky. Finagly. I don't trust it. Okay, we're gonna press play and we're gonna see now. Yeah, that's true, Mike Hale. This is definitely not a legacy system. Just legacy peripherals. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, we see this, and then we get to the halfway point, and then that happens. Now, what is happening here? Because we should have all the shells active, but only half of them are active. So 1 shell is being rendered, that's for sure. These, though, are not. They're deactivated entirely, which is odd to me. It's very strange. And they're uninitialized as well. That's even more strange. So it leads me to wonder, it seems like we're not even iterating on the second half of our allocated shells. That's weird. That's very strange. Especially since it's like the first thing we should be able to do. Oh. Wait. Int equals max shell count. This should be a value of like 5. Total shell count should be 10. Okay. That's a valid range. If last preset is null, we break, right? That's acceptable. However, we traveled enough distance where that should no longer be the case, because in here. In fact, why are we setting this here? Why are we set? This should be set once up here at the top. In fact, in fact, it can even be set right here. Actually, no. This is the one we're using for this frame. That's the one we're using for this frame. And then we set, after we set the shells, then we actually say the last preset was this. That way this applies the new one, and then we cache it for the next time we visit it. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. That's fine. It's acceptable even. What I'm finding not acceptable is this not generating the things I wanted to generate. We're iterating through the correct range, I believe. Yes, we are. Okay. We're providing last preset in the case where it's not null. Which the first time, yes, that's fine. But the second time you do generation, it should definitely not be null. So that's no bueno. And let's ensure that this is actually activating stuff. The only case where that can be the issue is if it doesn't... It's not that it wasn't activating, it was just not initializing at all. So let's see here. We have this case scenario where if I is greater than or equal to preset shell.count, that is going to cause the issue. That is the issue. That was the issue. Because all these value ranges are probably going to exceed that. In fact, set shell. Yeah, that was the issue. Render iterating to shells. Yeah. Why are we checking for preset.shells.count? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Get out of here with that. Okay. Hopefully it's just that, and then we just press play and life is good. The same way he is right now. Hey, what's going on, Tony? Yeah, even though I'm not talking to myself like when I'm in the office, I'm still kind of doing this in my brain. That's kind of how I coax myself through working and figuring things out. I'm basically just code streaming for a while. We've been going for like 3 hours and 54 minutes. Probably go for another hour or two. Maybe grab some food or something and then do that. Who knows? Okay. So let's make sure this is compiled and we're gonna run it. This really is Cozy Cabin. That's the goal. This is supposed to be the Cozy Cabin, man. I actually have a fireplace right behind me. I need to repair it, but I'd like to put it in use and have a mic set up there too at some point. Maybe even a cam. Okay, so far so good. Halfway point. Oh, an argument out of range exception. Right here. Okay, set shell. Preset.shells. Okay, we have to do mod. Do we mod it? So we're trying to access. Okay, given the index, we're trying to. Okay. I see what's going on here. Given the index for the shells we're iterating are not the same as the index for these preset.shells. So let's see what we do here. The easiest thing would be like modding by max shell count. but it doesn't handle the case where we still iterate beyond the range of this. But I think we should be catching it in the caller function, so I'm hoping that's the case. I mean, it's probably not robust, but whatever. We're still gonna try it. Or honestly, let's just be ultra safe, man. Mr. Ultra Safe. Mr. Zero Risk Tolerance. We're gonna do this, and then if preset index is greater than or equal to preset dot shell dot count, then we return. Cool. Okay. Gonna go to projects. Okay. And then re-import. Go. Complete the domain. Unity complete that domain. Okay, we were running it too. I'm just gonna do it one more time just to be safe. What's going on, Scriabin Enjoyer? I remember you from last time, man. A fellow enjoyer of Scriabin. Though I'm kind of a poser. There's only one song I really know of him, and it's before he goes through his, like, I don't know what it's called. It's not atonic. It's just where, are you seeing what I'm seeing, guys? Did I just see a seamless transition? I am. I mean, the radius is kind of weird and wrong, but hey! Oh, and it's like being, okay, so there's some weird, wrong calculation happening between the previous and the current. Like the previous is thicker for some reason. I'm not sure why. But it's okay. We can deal with that. We can deal with that. This is okay. We're on the board. It's actually working. Atonal. That's where, yeah. Is that atonal or aharmonic? I forgot what it is. Making a game right now with a seam, or that's gonna be with the shader. Okay, actually, even if we fix the mesh, there's still gonna be a seam because like the normals are not gonna be seamless, but it's not gonna pop into existence. That's the goal here. Now, as far as our iteration range, though, there's some stuff happening with the math here, and it's likely due to the I value we're passing in, because we're starting from, this one's iterating in a very different way. But actually no, now we can change this to be 0 and oh, no, the wrong part. Here we go. And this function, not this one, but the second loop. We can set this as, okay, we're doing the same iteration range, or the correct iteration range. However, I think the last thing I need to do is correct for the increase index size in this one right here. Shell index. Yeah. We have to actually make our own I now. Shell index mod max shell count. And that should account for the size offset on the p values. And then is there anywhere else we're using shell index? And that should be the only place we're doing that. Okay. Recompile, and then let's see how this goes. Okay. And that should stop the popping of size. C# compiled, it is, but it's also like there's layers to it, and it depends on the compilation options you have. It's like just in time compiled, but you can also use the IL2 CPP to have it be compiled to C++. Was that? No. We almost had it with the seamless stuff, but we're not quite there. It's almost, but not quite. Now the question is this due to the layer thing, or is it another like little math idiosyncrasy from having the integer value be shared across the entire shell buffer? I don't know. Oh my goodness, almost got there. Oh. Either way though, we got a seamless like object recycling, so I'm actually happy with that. Enough so to actually make this a commit. Chunk update now works mostly. Push Berg master. We should see it in the Discord now. I had the sounds turned off, but we should still see it here. Oh my goodness, the server's been popping off for. Hi, I forgot to say hi to people. Hello, Tenacious C. Welcome. Ashka. Amit. Wow, a lot of new friends, man. I need to go through this. But yeah, the git commits. Yeah, buddy. Chunked update now works mostly. Let's freaking go. We're in there. We're in there. Nah. We don't do this. 1 second. Come on. No, that's not what I want actually. Here we go. Okay. There we go. A JoJo meme. You gotta have a JoJo meme. It stays. It stays. Buffer chunks. We love buffers. Even though VS Studio has a plugin, yeah, but I like having control over it. Like my whole setup is to not take my hands off the mouse, or not take my hands off the keyboard. So, I mean, it's only a few set of commands too. It's not that crazy. And if you get fun with it, you can do bash scripts to make changing things way faster too. Like there's a thing where we have like a repo, and then there's a set of sub repos, and then we have like a branch for master, but then there's a branch for like a feature, let's say. And it's annoying to have to switch all those sub repos to this one, to the repo you want to go to, and if you have to go back and forth, it's a lot of repos to update. But you can just do simple bash scripts and aliases, so that you can just type a word and it'll take you to the repo you want to, and then have a giant one where it's like, hey, let's go to the master, or let's go to the patch version, and it just switches all the sub repos to that with a single command. That's like beautiful. That's like That's like, that's how I just want things to be, man. I just tell it to what it needs to do, and it just does it. No hand holding. It's like I become a manager of my machine instead of a lowly worker of it. I just have to do the setup on this one. I put way more effort into, in some ways, improving productivity on like work stuff versus my personal stuff, which I really should, but oh well. Okay, let's investigate one last thing in our shell function, and then we can start doing some other things. We have set shell, we have preset I rounded position, we have preset this, we modulate it, that's fine, it's perfectly fine. I think both of them are iterating through the same range, so I don't think that would actually have much implications. We get the shells based off of that. We directly index into shells, that's correct, okay. And then everything else is just a spin-off of the values we already cached, or yoinked from that, so I think we're good there. Scale by depth is using our I value directly, but I think we correct for that. Yeah, we correct for that, so we're good on that front as well. I feel pretty good on that front. So and really where we set the materials is where the issue would crop up here, which would explain the popping of the snow on the wrong area. So it's very odd. It's very odd. Let me go back to the game. Let me see if I can if I play it more, if I pick up on some weird what's odd, what might be the cause of this. So we have, I almost feel inclined to not even have random shell counts, but instead just have this be complete, like it just does the entire shells. If it pops in, it's from the topmost shell when we go across boundaries, but I'm not seeing it happen here. Maybe we say that issue was a bad dream and it doesn't exist anymore, and we're just happy. We just say, hey, we're not going to worry about it. It can't hurt us anymore. It's gone. Maybe that's what we do. Because I'm not seeing the popping issue. Dude, I'm freaking happy though. This is actually, I'm really happy with how far this has come together, dude. We should do the visuals now for the obstacles, like these boundaries that define, hey, this is, don't touch these, go around them. Or actually just build to mobile real quick and see how it looks and plays. That's actually a good idea first. Let me see how this actually feels so far on the cheapo $40 phone. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Okay, we got this going on here. So a moment. Come on. Come on. I can't reach. Okay. One sec. Alright, there we go. Plug in da phone. We set the settings so that it can be built to. No, wrong one. Here we go. Perfect. And then we do a build. And then I'm gonna start thinking about what I want to make the visuals for the hazards to look like. Okay, why is this stuck? Why is my i3 being weird? What is going on here? Why is my keyboard being weird? Okay, we're good. Okay, we stop. Control B. Yes, I don't care. Actually, cancel. I need to select the device. Cancel. Okay, we're good. Build settings is right here. And we use refresh. Select the correct device. Cool. And now we can build and run to it. So let's just build and run and see how this looks. Condensed map imaging. We'll see. But I don't know what condensed map imaging means. It is a progress. Yep, progress. I'm sorry. What did you say, Michael? I feel like I'm missing out on something here. Alright, how's the build coming along? Well, while it does that stuff, I think I might make a sprite for the hazard objects. I mean, the simplest thing would be like having something that's just emissive and sprite size. Oh, we're doing 64. Yeah, I guess that could work. Something simple like this, like just a simple little diamond hazard. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Not sure why. Maybe I'm just being dumb. But I thought it'd be symmetric across everything. It is. Okay, cool. Something simple like that might be just effective enough for now. It could be like, hey, this is a bad place, bad zone. Don't go there. You get hurt here. I think that would be simple enough to most people. A clear enough indication of, hey, danger. You can do like a traffic cone themed thing too, but I don't know. Did the game build already? I feel like it should have already. Oh, I didn't save. It didn't even start building. I forgot to save the APK. Hot pink triggers you. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, I'm unsubscribed. I didn't know, I just didn't sit right. I'm sorry, man. I'm not sure what I did, but sorry to hear that, dude. So let's wait for this to, let's wait for this. Let's actually put this in Unity and actually look at the code for the prop. Where is the prop? We have an entity generation thing as well. Game board manager. Yeah, here we go. We have this create entity thing that's going to basically get an object from the pool. We have the thing for hazards. And I believe in our application class, we actually subscribe the function that generates these objects, which is going to be new object pool hazard. That's a size. Ah, here we go. Oh, that's easy. We make the functions be in the actual classes of the things they're going to represent. That's great. That's how you do it. Okay, game's here. Well, that's terrible. Nothing's rendering. Nothing is rendering. Oh, that's fun. So why is that the case that nothing is rendering? And this for sure is the latest version, because there's nothing. If the chunk generator fails, then that means there's no assets that should be displayed there, unlike before. And not only that, but the preset as well, the model for like the object calling stuff is not working either. So there's like nothing here. Okay. That's a whole nother set of objects. A whole nother set of problems to deal with. That's fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some logging there to figure out what's the problem. Anyways, we're gonna change stuff here. We need this to be facing outwards. So you have to do orientation based off of that for local rotation. And I'm also thinking that we're gonna change this to be a quad. We have the hazard tag. We add the hazard component to it, which is cool. Okay, why is this button not working? Alright, let's catch up in chat. Is that a real fire burning? Nah. Eventually it's gonna be. I want to fix my fireplace. I have a fireplace literally right behind the camera. And it's the saddest thing. I can't use it right now because it's a fire hazard because there's some breaks in the wall. But one of these days I'm gonna be able to fix it. We're gonna have a nice fireplace back there with real wood and everything. And I'm gonna have a mic set up there. What's going on here? This man's actually on fire. Yep, that's actually just me. Do you not sleep at night? I usually do. It's just I slept all day yesterday. Don't know how to. Yeah. What do you regret, Terrell? Triple job hazard analysis. What's going on here? I mean, it's this Microsoft Java. Should I sub Cozy? You won't hack me, right? Nah, man. I'm not a hacker. I mean, the old original term of hacking, yeah, I am. But as like someone who does, like hacking in the sense that we know nowadays from like movies and stuff, no, I'm totally not that. I don't have the skill set or knowledge to really do that. I'm kind of fine with it as well. And by like the movie definition, I mean like, infiltration and all that kind of stuff. That's not really my jam. I just like making stuff. We have this quad. Render. In fact, we're gonna change this to be this. And then get component. So we get the renderer here. We're gonna have to load some kind of material. We're gonna do resources dot load material m_hazard. So we're gonna load this from resources, and then we're gonna apply it to this mesh render. This is what we're gonna do. That's just how it's gonna work. And then finally, the orientation of the transform is gonna be transform local. Are we gonna do local? This should all be oriented. It's all the parent transforms are affine, so we should be able to use local rotation here. And we're gonna do a quaternion Euler. Actually, no, not Euler. How do I want to do this? Look rotation, and then use the transform. And that's going to define the rotation, the look rotation. That way we don't have to add like this whole camera look towards thing to make it billboard. We can just have this be positioned perpendicular to there is something to consider, that every time you place this object somewhere else, we're gonna have to update this. But that's on like requests from the pool, object pool, which I believe there's a method here for yeah, there's a virtual method for activate. So I can just implement an override to that. Override activate, call the base function, and then we're going to do this. And that should be more than enough to do what we want to, I think. And then we might have to apply an offset with quad, because I forget how quad's aligned, but I think it should be on Z. So it should just work, in which case we don't have a need for this right now. Yeah, I think this should just work. Sweet. And then next thing to do, actually before I even do, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I believe we're in gameplay, props. I'll make a thing called resources. No, not rename. Create folder resources. Move this into there. Make a new material. Make it unlit. Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Material. Okay, and then you're gonna be an unlit. Nope. Standard. Do we have an unlit? I know we have our own unlit. There's an unlit fog, but I'm not gonna maybe? I want to do that actually? Or maybe not actually. It's a planar stuff. You know what, we'll just do normal Unity unlit. We're not gonna be super fancy about it. Transparent cutout. Apply our pixel preset. Make the 64. Apply. We're good. Okay, and then if we press play, hopefully something's visible. Also, that means everything's perpendicular, or my quaternion look rotation thing is wrong. We're gonna find out right now. Hey! We actually just got it right the first time. I mean, it should be bigger, I think. But hey, I'm not complaining. That's actually pretty... Look at that. Look at that. Will you look at that? I know, look at that. First try, baby. Now we just have to modify a few... Like, make it twice as big, I think, and then we're good to go. Local scale equals vector, and it'll be like what, 2? That's all that's needed. Oh, my bad. Okay, I think that should be good enough. A reasonable resize to make this look good. What's going on, guys, here? Start coding. I learned C language, but for you, how can declare many without duplicate them, how you control them? Okay, so Vanta Black for C. I'm not sure if it's the standard way, but in my personal C projects, this is how I kind of structure naming in okay, whatever, I'll just make a new thing. So let me go to a C project I have first, because I think I have a naming convention defined there, and we can look at some examples. Where's task. We have I have it some. Why am I not? Oh, task manager, there we go. And do I have a doc here? Where's the naming convention? Style guide, okay. So I have a basic style guide, which is that for variables, it's a simple thing, right? Global variables are prepended with an S and then an underscore and then Pascal case. 1 second, let me just do something real quick. I thought I muted this actually. Good luck. I'm living, dog. Anyways, so this is how I handle global static variables. I have an E prefix for enums, and then members are prefixed with E. Camel case for lowercase, or for variables, and Pascal case for members of structs. Functions are like prepending the type. So if there's a function that's kind of acting like a member function, like you do in object-oriented classes, I usually prepend the structure name that it's meant to deal with at the top, and then like the actual descriptor of what it does. That in general is enough to kind of help me deal and make sense of naming in C. And even things that are very common are going to be differentiated because, you know, the type that you're referring to, it's going to be part of the prefix for it. So like I think the simple example is like this int2 class I have here, or header, and like as you see for a lot of functions, it's prepended with like I2 distance squared, or I2 distance, or add2, or whatever. Or like even like for do I have anything for commands? Pretty sure I have something for commands. That's stuff for the buffer, but I need to refactor that to be more in line with how I name things now. Yeah, there's the minimal, terminal done. Let's see if I can find something else here. Yeah, buffer has a bunch of naming. Like that, board view. Here you can see the enums being applied. So like, because enums are like global, so like, yeah, I see that capital E prefix for the enum definition, but then for enum members we have the E prepend to it as well. Maybe we need to do more to avoid collisions, but usually this is kind of good enough for me to get a handle of stuff and be able to look at a variable name and understand, hey, where is this scope to, and what does it do, and how does it do it? And then I also do another thing for functions that are meant to be kind of like private, where it's only meant to be accessed within the module, which is just prepend a underscore in front of it. So like for these are all meant to be kind of just internal functions. So I kind of I prepend this underscore to it that indicates, hey, this is like a member function essentially for this particular header file, and it's not meant to be used externally. That doesn't avoid collisions, but if you add that with a type prefix, I think it should pretty much help with that. So hopefully that helps you out. I need to find your name. Vanta Black. What are you guys saying? But yeah, I like being able to look at a function or a variable and understand where is the scope of this, what it gets to interact with it and what doesn't, and what are the side effects of it. What's going on here? No, I'm just using C#. Try using the hot reload plugin so you don't have to wait on compilation each time to save your code. That's alright, Sam. I'm good the way I am right now. I played around with hot reloaders, but it's fine for this. It's fine. So we have this. This should orient itself correctly. Yeah, we're just testing out the new scale factor, weren't we? Yeah. So let's run it and then see how it works. What are you guys talking about? New Testament, Matthew chapter 1. Hey, look at this. This is looking good, man. This is looking good. Let's freaking go. Okay, actually, no. As I go further down, the rotation's incorrect. The rotation is not correct. Look, rotation is failing. It's not working the way it's supposed to be. They're all facing forward, but they're not, yeah, I'm seeing some weird stuff there. So it's not facing outward for the cylinder, or really outward from, yeah, from origin. Oh, that's a problem, it's from origin as well. So I need to it's not enough to use local position, I need to squash the X position as well. So I have to actually do squash. Yeah, squash X axis and then normalized. In the bookcase. What's going on here? You guys talking about, I saw some stuff about Jesus in the New Testament. Libs for game dev? I mean, it depends what you're doing. If you're writing your own engine, there's definitely libs for that. C#, even the C#, there's libraries you can use that are useful. I use like UniRX to handle event management and all that stuff, and that's pretty good. I wonder if this is gonna fix or address things. If not, I might have to actually use some math, in which case we're in trouble. Gotta love a questionably named extension function, yep. Also good to see you, Calvin. Okay, let's see if so far so good. See, no, that's where things go wrong. Is that the angles are just off. angles are just straight up off. Yeah, okay. So what we can do, we can do like a look rotation at the camera. I mean, we have like that camera's not a, oh, but there's always a main camera. We can do, instead of doing this business here, we can do, and we have like a, what is it called? It's not a camera controller. Billboard. Camera look. I forgot what I call this component. I use it all the time. I'm not crazy. I know for a fact there's a component I've used before. I use all the time. It's not look rotation. It's not it's not billboard. I should have called it that though. Face camera, I think. Yeah, this one here. There's a specific configuration I use for it. But this works fairly consistently. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think there's some weird oddities that might emerge from that. I know there should be a way to do it like mathematically. It bothers me that it's not, unless like this is not even being called on activate. Because everything's aligned the same way. Yeah, I wonder actually. Let me go to the base class. Because maybe I have some other things too from when this is... No. It should be that. Well, I slept all day, Ham Duboni. Ham Dibbonia. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name good. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Let's try it out. See if this changes anything. CS scripts. I'm a zealot CS scripts only. What, C# scripts? Okay. I think I have to apply an offset. Let's look at this. Because these exist, there's just no offset on them. Oh, and that's shells. Where is the, there's the pool. Object pools, here we go. This container. Huh, so it's just backwards, I think. Okay. So you just need to be flipped around 180. On what axes though? I didn't check that, did I? I guess it doesn't really matter. because this thing is like symmetrical across multiple axes, so I think it's actually fine just to transform local rotation equals what, times equal quaternion dot Euler 0 negative 90. Actually, it matters on there's one axis, I think the z-axis, where it's gonna look the same, so it has to be on a non-z axis, but there's two axes where you're gonna get the transform you want to have. But I think that should be enough. Let's find out. Always backwards. I don't know why they did this. Yeah, it bothers me, right? Like, I don't know why they did that, Kelvin. Maybe because positive z is going outwards, but I don't know. It's dumb. It makes me angry. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh my freaking goodness. Okay, they popped in for a second. And oh wait, it's supposed to be 180. I'm dumb. 180. That was dumb. But hey, it seems to be on the right path. And touch your keyboard, and others like to have 10 plus windows open at once. Yeah, and it's not even all the windows I have, because keep in mind we have workstations, so I have different workspaces. I have another one with the engine open. I could make this much cleaner, but hey man, where's the fun in that? That's why we have i3, so we can manage high volumes of things. This is what peak looks like. Alright, let's go up. I'm pretty sure we fixed that. So let's re-import and make sure that's gained the latest code. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so now it's displaying correctly. I don't like how they're rotating. Do we have multiple instances on top of each other? That's not right. Is that why our culling is looking weird? Like, yeah, we have to lock rotation on these guys, but what? The only axis of rotation these should have is on the y-axis or x-axis. Oh my goodness, that explains some of the weird stuff we're having. If we're allowing... And why objects, we're running out of objects in the pool, because there's duplicates on top of each other. You're like, look at that. There's like 2 there. That's bad. Okay. And that should have been explicitly mitigated with the dictionary lookup. Oh my goodness. This is actually giving us some more insight into the culling logic and why there's some jank idiosyncrasies about it. Is interesting. Okay, Well, let's first lock our rotations first on the local rotation. How do you want to do this? Because we're doing this. So we have to have like we have to have like a in fact we have a function somewhere to get angle from in the player. There's something to do here. What's going on here? Why only YouTube? I don't like Twitch. I'm good on YouTube. I prefer YouTube. Catch you later. You have a good one, Dennis. Take care, man. So let's see what we got going on here, man. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I think we can just like calculate the quaternion without having to do this. We can just do a more discrete analytical approach. Like we could just literally get it from the calculate the, because we have a method for getting angle from position. So we can just use that value and then hard set the values here. We just have to do the translation or conversion from world position to the theta on X, which is then you go down to player. Pretty sure they have some stuff here. Physics update. I know we have some utility functions here for the player logic. Okay, get angle from position. And what does this use? Actually, this is gonna be a great validation to see if this logic even works. You should probably unit test this, if I'm gonna be honest, but in fact, radius should not impact this at all, as far as the math is concerned. There's something jank about this function. I know for a fact there's something weird about it. I don't have the presence of mind for it right now, though. But ideally, this would be a static function. Radius doesn't matter. This. Oh, because we're trying to get the. I understand why we're doing this, but it shouldn't matter. Because instead of making everything relative to radius, you can normalize these values, and then make it relative to 1. To see how much of the component contributes to this, and then go that way. So okay, and this should not even be part of player. It's like useful enough to have it be just a general utility function. Whatever. From position, we have this transform dot position. We have X angle for this, and then Z is going to be whatever it is. And then let's just see how this works. And we'll go from there. So what's going on here? Yeah, the keyboard's kind of nuts, man. $8 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's pretty early for you too, Terrell. What's going on? He's hiding. No, it's not a loop video, John. Hi. It's not a recording, Taz. It's a real... it's a real thing. Yeah, I just get locked into whatever I'm working on. I mean, if you're programming, you kind of get your brain into a certain headspace, and there's kind of a cost to leave it and then come back to it. Get my C++ sockets working, but I should probably go eat. Yeah, you should probably do that, Christos. I should probably do that as well. I'm kind of hungry. I need to get a proper meal. So, we do this calculation. I think we should just be able to compile it and run it and see. I still need to figure out what's going on with the mobile build. The fact that this renders nothing is very odd to me, which makes me wonder if I'm using some kind of feature in my shaders that's just not supported on mobile. Maybe there's some exceptions that are happening from how things are compiled on mobile that, you know, are not a considerations here. Okay. So far, so weird. Let's look at our object pools. Yeah. So the math for sure is not shaken out to be correct. I can tell you that much. I'm gonna have to look at this function when I'm eating and better rested or something. I don't think I have the presence of mind right now to figure out what's going wrong here. The array's there though. Yeah, context switching is painful while programming. Yeah, I mean, there's a cost to it. Like, you can't program without having, like, focus on the task for at least a certain period of time. Usually I'm more conversational or receptive to chat when I'm, like, in the little breaks between, or for trying to figure out an issue and having to look somewhere else to give my brain a second to think. For beginners, C. I think C is a great language for beginners. Okay, actually, here's if you want to build good foundations, C. Do C. Even if you eventually switch to something else, like a game engine or a higher level language to do what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. But I think you're going to learn some basic stuff in C that's useful and good. I don't know, whatever, honestly, the answer, like, that's my thought process. But honestly, whatever language or tools that gets you excited about coding is the one you should use. Let's just say that. People have different tolerances for what they find interesting, or, you know, what they're able to wrestle with until they get to that place of, like, oh, this is super cool. Python feels too constrictive. Well, the reason I always err away from Python or the JavaScripts of the world is just because it's so separate from the machine. And I think if you understand just the simple things that your computer are doing to make code happen, it gives you a way more powerful intuition into what's going on when you pick up other languages or work in other places, and gives you a bit more insight into what's, you know, the decisions you make. or gives you more, intuition. Not intuition. It gives you much more of a whole model to make decisions based upon. And it also makes you feel less powerless because it's like, all right, everything is of like everything is not as crazy as it seems in a weird way. If you understand Python, you don't need intuition to be what's a CAS of an AI company? I don't love coding. I mean, I guess the advice I give is for people who want to get good at coding. Like I mentioned before, but this, in my eyes, this is a craft, right? And I think there's value in taking pride in doing the best you can at a craft, right? And there's certain problem domains that you can't attack unless you actually have that knowledge. Thank you, what I think. Thank you, Cold Glass. I'm glad you dig it here. Computer architecture is pretty crazy. It is, but like, I don't know. It's not as crazy as you guys think. Like, yes, there's things of like that's like insane. It's like, actually, here's a better way to say it. Like, the building blocks are not crazy. The structures built from those building blocks, okay, that can be very complex and and you know, no one can really fully know the entire process. Like, no one really does. Heck, even for manufacturing the silicon for the pieces of your machine, no person actually understands the whole process entirely. And that's fine. You accept that, right? But at the very least, if you understand the building blocks, it gives you much more abilities to build from it. Look at, I don't know how to describe this. Maybe I'm like haven't eaten well. But I think there's some fundamental information that just gives you much more options. I'm glad you dig the setup, Aiden. In itself, if you want to be good at coding, yes, Elis, but if you want to be good at what coding is for, Python, but I'm still jealous of people who understand low languages. Oh no, I'm not gonna argue about this. There are certain problems you're not gonna be able to tackle unless you actually do that. And there's some problems you're not gonna be able to tackle in like a language like Python. That's just kind of how it is. There's certain things. Now, if you're doing things that are very normative or within the realm of like frequently done stuff, then yeah, there's gonna be low friction. There's a reason languages like Python are so popular and why there's so many different packages and stuff out there that you can use that makes doing certain tasks very simple and easy. And that's not necessarily wrong. I'm just saying, if you're trying to build your foundations as a programmer, I think there's a lot of value in not doing that. And instead actually starting from the bare basics. Oh, and that's also like how you end up having like this worsening of quality of code everywhere, and applications just get worse and worse. But that's a whole separate thing. Target velocity. I'm gonna deal with the math of this later. I'm not gonna. Okay. Let's take inventory of what we wanted to get done. The chunk thing is actually working very good. I'm happy with this. The culling, we found some hints as to why this is not working. We can deal with that. implementing entities, hazards kind of coming away, but we need to finish implementing that function for it to work properly as far as remapping the rotation. Beyond that, we need to start doing some abilities and implementing the pickups. I think we have pickups somewhere here, don't we? Yeah, we have this here. And do we have the standard creation function? We have an init, but we don't have the oh, because we have one general pickup class, I remember, and then we have these different enums to like have branching logic for setting these things up. That makes sense, because, you know, it's largely kind of the same thing, but there's gonna be some minor things that are a little bit different about them. And I imagine once I get the hazard code working, I can just kind of plop a lot of this into there. So they're largely going to be 2D objects, I think. So that should be fine. Making the game ASMR rating. What's going on, Known? What's going on, Nine Dragon? Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do with this, though. I did some stuff with Godot. Vincent. It's a cool engine. I can see why people like it, and it's gonna keep getting better and better. I just don't. It's not for me. I don't like some of the decisions that. I don't like some of the structure and design of Godot. I get why people will like it, but I think if I switch from Unity, it's gonna be for my own engine. We'll get there eventually, though. Darkwave, can I use your upper video footage of your monitor for Darkwave music video I'm making? I don't know, I guess, like... Does my permission actually stop you from doing that, though? Use an oscilloscope to reintroduce technical data? What? Oh, man. Let's see here. Let's see here. I wonder if there's any... Oh! No, never mind. I thought I did something wrong. No. It's actually perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start working on assets. Oh, we have to do the audio system as well. That's another thing we need to do. Let me actually do that. Like, start implementing a basic skeleton I have in mind for it. Let's see here. Where are you? Here you go. Okay. So we have to do audio at some point. And we're gonna have to think about how we're gonna handle that. This is most likely gonna be a singleton thing. And the basics, I think, for how we're going to do this is that you're going to have... And we've done this before for not FNF, for Messy Mansion. I might just yoink the same class, honestly, instead of writing a whole thing for this. But it's a little jank, and I kind of want to try rewriting it from the ground up. Basically, you're gonna have two audio sources, one for music, and then we're gonna have another one that's gonna meant for effects. This is gonna be an audio pool. Effects pool. Along with that, we're gonna have some kind of maybe I'll just do reactive property or something. You're gonna have channel volumes here. So we're gonna have these two pools. The reason I have two audio source is because that whenever you play another track, you don't want to just abruptly cut it. So you might want to do a fade in and fade out for it. So you have one channel that's gonna be the active current song, and then you have another channel that's gonna be the music you want to go to, and it's gonna lower the volume of this one while going to the volume of this one, and then vice versa as you transition between, as you fade between the audio sources. And as far as this API, how it's going to look like, I want it to be very, very simple. Play SFX. And then have an optional parameter too for fade in seconds. And if it's 0, it's going to instantaneously play it and stop the other track. This is what the API is going to look like for me. That's the way I think it should be done. There should be another one as well for set music volume. You also have to have another one for master as well. Set music volume with a float. That. Effects, SFX volume. And then finally, another one for setting master volume. So this is how I envision the API for this to look. I think it's relatively pretty simple. I think one thing I do want to do though is this one. We can have a per effect volume. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just keep it simple and I just have to mix it like a regular person in the actual audio track. But yeah, I think in general, this is how I want things to work. Yeah. And then of course, probably a public static initialize. Which is where we may do a private static. We have an internal instance reference. And we build a new game object. Okay, and then move to persistent or make. I forgot how you do it. It's like, is this scene or something? I forgot. There's a way to make this not be destroyed. You do this, you add component audio. And then instance is going to be equal to that. Cool. And then we can do initialize. Alright, this is an initialize function, never mind. I'm not going to do the logic here, but we're going to have to do populate audio pool and populate. There's some things you have to specify as well. Like, we're going to have to have like probably like, I don't know, 10, probably the most we need actually. I know I said I wasn't going to implement this, but it's kind of just already happening. Which is kind of funny. Maybe I just make this a fixed array. I don't know. And then of course you're gonna have to have one for yeah, one for these. So you have two here, you have these. Okay, cool. Okay, and then we have to have load audio settings from preference. So that's another thing we need to do is load from preferences. That should be pretty fairly easy. I just don't want to do that right now, but I think it's be pretty straightforward. And then we have to have events subscribed to this to actually apply the changes when a flow is modified. Alright, what's going on here? What's FNF? It's a game I used to make, or made a long time ago called Fight and Flight, and I'm remaking it right now. Thank you, Loki. Don't destroy and load. That's exactly it. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed for this. Last date, right? Probably. Here, not tomorrow, but I don't know. I'm probably gonna add another week to this. We'll see. As cool as it was to get as much as I got done during the 3 weeks, I also feel like there's a lot more I want to do to realize it. I think an extra week would help, or allow that to happen. We'll see. I also do want to work on other projects though, but I don't know. What's going on here? Ergodox is the keyboard I'm using. No, I'm not using Phaser.js. Who's getting frustrated with you? Yeah, I'm using Unity Engine right now. Yeah, I do professionally right now. Noodle. The CRT is old, but the computer itself is very new. We're pretty new. Okay, so we're gonna have to implement this stuff. I think it's gonna be like this trickle down thing where we define, hey, these are the things that are gonna be assigning changes to this. So you do like, for example, it's gonna be pretty simple where it's just master volume. Value notify. Like they're all going to be just essentially this, just for their respective audio channel. It's just a matter of subscribing these things to respond to it. So it'll be like a downstream thing. Private static void. It's all be kind of the same thing, honestly. Slightly different. Okay, I did this wrong. Now things get gnarly is that each of these audio sources are gonna have to have their own individual. At least the music has to have their own individual volume, because on top of a general, there's like 3 layers of volume. There's like master volume, then the volume per category, like music, and then there's individual instance volume. So like yeah, it makes things a lot more complicated. There's like a local volume, let's say. So yeah. But it's not that crazy. It's just you're just multiplying a bunch of normalized coefficients together, and that's going to produce the resultant volume that you're going to observe. On the source channel, and that's going to be it. It's nothing more crazy than that. Anyways, I'm not going to implement this right now. I'm like halfway through implementing this audio channel thing, but wow, I didn't mean to do that, but it just kind of started happening. Oh well, we'll finish implementing this audio system later. What's going on here? Writing a game using Java without any engine to grasp the basics, will that be okay to start? Yeah, dude, Rance, that's an awesome way to learn game deving. If you find it interesting and it's, if you find it cool and you want to learn and get better, that's a great way to start learning about game deving. Heck, it's probably part of the reason why I worked on Mind Engine initially a long time ago. Or started doing like practice engines before trying to make something more substantial. What's going on here? Do you study for this? Probably I don't know, man. Study. I didn't study for college. I did it for 4 or 5 years, but Honestly, most of the knowledge I got has been in recent years. No, I don't really do code game hacks, AR. Thank you, Leaf. Yeah, simple. Do a simple 2D game. You'll learn a bunch even just from doing this. Well, anyways, guys, you're getting close to 5 hours. 5 hours. So I'm gonna stop here, get some food. You know, get some energy, and then I don't know. Maybe I stream today. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Maybe we'll continue. Do day 19.5 to really just go through this, or I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, guys, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the company as always today. Crazy turnout. It's kind of insane. So I appreciate it. Why are audio sources public? It's public in the instance, but all the APIs gonna be accessing from the static. I could probably make it private though. It doesn't really matter. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. Of course, if you want to see more, join the Discord. We have a place where you can ask a bunch of questions or ask me questions directly, as well as request games, or you know, we're gonna have a Minecraft server soon too, so you guys are welcome to join that when that drops. And yeah, hopefully the game will be out soon. But anyways, guys, thanks for watching. God bless, and as always, till next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.